Thanks for joining us, everybody. I think we'll go ahead and get started. We've actually called this meeting to order already at 5:45 because we conducted a single interview for an open position on the Energy Committee. So we are here and on time and ready to serve. Welcome to the November 17th, 2020 regular Brattleboro Selectboard meeting. And the first order of business, oh, and I should say we know the meeting has been properly warned because we covered that territory at 5:45. Thanks to Peter Elwell. And our first order of business is to approve the minutes of October 17th. So I will take a motion if the board...
I move to approve the minutes of October 17th.
Thanks, Ian. Ian has moved to approve the minutes of October 27th. I may have said the 17th.
Good.
Yeah.
Today's the 17th. The minutes are
Yes.
from the 27th.
I move to approve the minutes of October 27th.
Yes. All those in favor of approving the minutes of October 27th, raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And that's 5-0. Next is Chair's remarks. I was going to make some remarks sort of underlining Governor Phil Scott's remarks today, which I thought were excellent. I'm going to hold back and just let you go find them. They're quite good. And I think it was just what struck me is that he made some good statements about basically responsibility. We're about to hear from Peter Elwell about some new restrictions and new safety measures that the town is taking due to a resurgence of COVID-19 throughout the United States, which everyone knows about. And we have less of a resurgence here, and we're trying to keep it that way here in Vermont. And something that's near and dear to my heart is keeping kids as long as we can in school and in daycare, because it allows people to still make a living and survive this all together. So those of us who don't have children, please think a little bit about what it means to people who need daycare and childcare at this time, because if you don't have kids, it's not quite as evident how important that is. And of course, the evidence shows, as far as we know, that it's much less risk with kids to contract and spread the virus. So those are the end of my my remarks, and I'm going to pass it over to our manager for town manager comments.
Thank you, Jen. Yeah, I usually try to keep it short in the meeting. Tonight I'm going to take a few minutes longer than usual because I want to outline for the community changes that are being made in our town operations. For those who were paying attention to these meetings back in March and April and May, there were a series of meetings where we were giving voluminous COVID updates because everything was so new to us then. And so as we were adapting town operations and, each of us personally and seeing adaptation in society, there was a lot to share at that time that was sort of coping and finding our way. About the only enthusiastic thing I can say this evening about the COVID update is we have that experience to draw upon as we enter into what looks like it will be an equally challenging and probably longer duration experience of having to get more isolated and more restricted. And so I want to spend a few minutes being specific about how that's affecting town government right now based on the governor's announcements last Friday and again today, and the expectation of additional spigot closing, to use his terminology, in the days ahead. So we are in the process of resuming maximum work at home functioning of town offices. So some employees who work in town offices are already working at home. I will say through the summer months, we never really got back to full functioning, but there was quite a lot more activity in the offices among the employees, even though we didn't open up the building. What's happening now is based on the necessity that we stay more separate from one another, and as much as possible, all of us in society be in our households, that we in town government are implementing a return to the practice where we're going to be fielding, we're going to still be providing most of our services to the public electronically and by mail, by phone. But we're going to resume the practice we had back in April and into May of doing that from our homes rather than from our town offices. So the offices will be mostly unoccupied most of the time. It will be well prepared for a time when the governor may, and I think is likely to, reinstitute stay home, stay safe much more broadly throughout society. But in any event, the direction came last Friday to reduce office presence as much as possible and to work remotely as much as possible. And we're well equipped to do that because of the fact that we set up systems to be able to do that last spring. So again, there's some transition that's occurring in this few days, this week, but by the end of this week, the only time that town employees will be coming into town offices will be when a particular task requires us to be in the offices. And that is true some of the time, more often for some offices than for others. And but the expectation should be for anyone that the best way to reach us continues to be email or phone. You also can write to us, and we have found that we can provide most or all of what the public needs without having to have face-to-face contact. So that all is going to be complete by the end of this week. Field operations are also being adapted a little more slowly. There's some work that we're completing in terms of some of the seasonal projects that get done when we don't have snow to contend with. And as we wind that down, we will go back into the arrangements that we had established back in the spring for how field work is completed in a manner that keeps the crews as separate as possible from one another, so that there's sort of work pods. You know, we've talked throughout COVID about the importance of sort of household protection. And then, you know, when things were a little bit freer to move about, there were pods, there were, you know, certain friends that you might spend some time with, but just those friends, sort of thing. Well, we've got an established system in the field departments, some of the field departments, that reflects that, where it's sort of work pods, groups of employees that spend time together and don't interact with other employees so as to protect themselves and the rest of the town team and the public from the risk of further risk of spreading the virus. Police and fire will function in a way that is, you know, very similar to what you've been seeing throughout the summer, but moving, you know, ratcheting that back in as necessary. And we'll have more to say about that in Friday's update. I should remind everyone that we're back now on a rhythm of every Friday we issue a COVID update from the town. We issue it as a news release. We post it on the town's website, easily accessible right from the homepage. And that is always the latest information. And in this few weeks right now, between now and I'd say, you know, the holidays and into the early part of the year, is going to be an important time for folks to be checking that weekly update every Friday or every Saturday to see how things are changing, because things will change a lot in the next few weeks. And this coming Friday, we expect to have quite a lot more to say about how the field departments will be adapting. And people may recall, for instance, that there was a period of time when the police department was not responding in person to all calls. They were responding in person only when the caller asked for that. We expect to get to that again. Whether we get to that in this next move or whether we go, you know, a couple of steps in the ratcheting down is something we're still working on. But there'll be those kinds of changes in terms of how police and fire are functioning. They'll always be available 24/7, but the way that they're available and the way that they're providing service to the community will adapt to the continued increased cases of COVID in the community and elsewhere. And the Public Works and Parks employees will continue to do the maintenance work that they do that's essential in the community, but doing it again in work groups that are divided in order to protect the employees and the community. So, so that's how sort of the overall function of town government, with the office work and the field work, is moving back into much more like how we were functioning in April. We also, unfortunately, in terms of the two enrichment departments, have already needed to clamp down hard, again, in response to statewide direction received from the governor last Friday. So Brooks Memorial Library is back to just curbside and delivery service. So you can access that by phone or by email. There's information about that also in the weekly update about how to contact the library to receive those services. But we're not able any longer to allow folks to come into the library building. And likewise in the recreation and parks programming, all of the organized recreation programs and all of the like open gym opportunities, all of that is closed. There's no programming and no activities being offered by the recreation department in order to comply with the state's requirements. We are still able to keep the parks open. And so there's signage out in the park locations to remind people to be careful out there, that we're not able to assure that the equipment is perfectly clean all the time, because we clean it regularly, but people, there may have been people from the public who have visited it since we've been last out to clean it. So we urge people to be cautious about using the equipment that's in the parks, but we really want folks to get out and use the green spaces to get exercise and get fresh air, because that's going to be especially important as the rest of our opportunities to socialize and be together get significantly reduced. So that's the update for now. This is a week of tremendous transition as we move from, sort of summertime extreme caution, but functioning as normally as we could, into really functioning in ways that are not at all normal. They're doable. We can maintain service to the community this way, but there'll be a lot of isolation and a lot of adaptation still going on in the weeks ahead, and folks can keep up with that by checking the weekly update. I'm sorry, there is one other thing I meant to mention, parklets. So that's the summary of what's going on with town government. But the one other thing that we've been involved with in support of the business community that's been very visible, there have been actually quite a lot of different ways in which we've communicated with individual businesses and the business community and others in terms of how we've all collaborated around trying to support each other through COVID. But one that's been very visible to the community has been the parklets. And there's been a certain amount of trial and error with that. Some of it's been really successful, some of it not so much. We are now in a status where two that have been very well used, appreciated by the businesses that have offered them, and well used by the patrons of those businesses. And I'm speaking of the one at Elliott Street, Fish Chips and More, and the one at Hermit Thrush up in the High Grove parking lot. Those two are going to remain. We had anticipated removing them at about this time, but given the fact that we're not only, those businesses will be constrained, but likely increasingly constrained in the way that they can provide service here in the weeks ahead, we've agreed that we're going to leave them out. No one can know how snowy this winter is going to be. So if we don't have a very snowy winter, then it's going to be important that we've left them out and able to be used. If we do get snow, we've made some plans about how to share the responsibility to clear snow in those parklets and around those parklets. So we'll be sharing that. The operators of the parklets will clear the interior. Public Works will have to do some extra careful work, working around the parklets in the clearing of the snow from the street and the parking lot. But we're committed to trying to make that work in a way where the parklets can remain out there all winter long if necessary. We also understand, we have an understanding with each other that if that just becomes impossible, if we have a lot of snow and it's just not possible to manage that, then those two parklets also will be removed. As of today, all of the others have been removed because they weren't desired any longer for the businesses that had been operating them.
Thank you, Peter.
Sure.
I actually have a question, if you don't mind, real quick. The parklet down by Blue Moose, it was very, it got a lovely paint job. I was just curious what we're going to do with that.
So
ideas or?
Yeah, well, the town owns all of those Jersey barriers. That was authorized by the board early in the summer, that we purchased those so that we would have them available for this use this summer. If there is a need, we're going to store them. And if there's a need and an opportunity to bring them back out and use them in a similar manner for parklets or for other purposes, then we will be doing that and displaying them again. if there isn't that need, then we'll use them on construction projects and for other good purposes, which might have a little whimsy to it at the times when we put them out there in those kinds of uses. My expectation is actually that there was enough success. Again, it was some trial and error and it wasn't successful everywhere. But in the places where it worked really well. And I would suspect that we will be placing parklets again in future summers, even when we don't have to. We'll be, careful about the locations that are chosen and make sure that they're going to be well-used spaces. But we'll have the materials to make that possible. And the art that people contributed to it was really nice.
Yeah, great. Ian.
Are they stored in a way that the art will be maintained?
As best we can. We're moving them around with heavy equipment. We're storing them in what are basically industrial spaces.
Yeah.
So I can't guarantee that the art won't need touch up, but we're taking care not to do any purposeful harm to it.
Great. Thank you, Peter, for all those updates. Next, we have select board comments, committee reports from any fellow board members. Brandy, I saw your hand first.
Hi. So we're talking a lot about COVID, and I want to kind of jump on that ship and remind everybody that even in non-COVID years, this time of year, the holidays are cheerful for some, but not necessarily for all. And the light change can be a real challenge for a lot of people. And now we add the fact that we've already been, kind of locked down for 8 months or 9 months or wherever we are at this point. And I just want to say your mental health is critically important. This is not the year where you can just put it on the back burner. If you don't have a connection with a regular therapist or primary care provider or a psychiatrist, and you're starting to feel not good, higher levels of anxiety that aren't dissipating, or depression that's not lifting and it's affecting your day, I recommend you reach out to 211 or HCRS or a friend or a family member or anybody that you can, because everything that you're feeling is really valid and really heavy, and it needs to be dealt with, because this is a marathon, not a sprint, and we're going to have to be able to maintain ourselves for a significant amount of time. So please don't treat this like a regular year where you might, put it on the back burner until you get an appointment. Reach out. If you can't reach out to a professional yourself, send your friend a text message. I need help. Can you call 211? Like, as informal as it needs to be, so that everybody that we know, when we can actually gather again, will be there with us, safe and alive. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandy. Ian, did you have your hand up? Oh, I'm sorry. It must have been Daniel's. Go ahead.
You look the same.
In the same corner.
Let's see. So last night I attended the Community Safety Review Public Forum, which was a space for sharing about how people have been impacted by systems, to do with safety. It was pretty great. There was good attendance, and if you missed it, there are other ways that folks can continue to engage with the Community Safety Review. So if you go to the town website, which is brattleboro.org, on the right-hand side, you'll see a survey for individuals, also a survey for organizations that are connected with community safety. And there's a link for the Community Safety Review general information. On Saturday, this coming Saturday, they are having a sort of more arts-focused event where people will be sharing stories and artwork and whatnot. I don't really know. It sounds intriguing. And these are online activities, just like this meeting. And I'm sure if you follow that Community Safety Review link, you will find the information for Saturday. So that is that. And I had something else to say, and it has slipped my mind, and I'm sure if it's important, it'll come back at a later date.
Great. Thank you, Daniel. Anyone else? Board members? No? Terrific. We'll move on. Next, we have public participation. And I'll just, before we do that, take this opportunity to remind people, if you're not familiar with Zooming, the Zoom framework here, to be able to raise your hand for a piece of public participation, you just go to your participants, which sits at the bottom of the Zoom screen. Ian, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I'll let you finish, please.
Okay. And that brings up the participants list to the right. And there you will find, in that box that comes up, you'll find raise hand in the lower left-hand corner. That's the symbol we've been using for putting yourself in a stack if there are multiple people who want to make a comment or ask a question. And we ask that people tell us their name, where they're from, at least the town, and take only 3 minutes or so. And I'll be timing everybody just to keep it fair and that we move along, because we have a lot of business, especially tonight, a lot of town business to do. This is our first budget night. And I had one other thing to say, but I have a feeling Ian has a timely comment.
Yeah. This is our first use of the consent agenda. And if I recall, this public participation is the time when, if someone had something to say about something that was on the consent agenda, this would be the time that they would talk about it. Do I understand that correctly?
You do.
So in that case, can we explain it again to people now?
Okay. Yeah.
Or is,
Well, absolutely. It's a good point. But I do want to make one thing clear, which is the consent agenda. Okay, so we went through this last time and we all decided to give this a try. So this is our first night trying the consent agenda. And the idea is to put things, sometimes it'll be multiple things. That's the dog, Reese's. It could be things like micro grants. It could be things like tonight there's Bulletproof vest grant, which is a small grant being hopefully approved. And things like that, that we have a general consensus that we want to put into one pot and move forward and vote on without discussion. And usually some of those things have a lot of background and some of them don't. But in tonight's case, there's 2 things on the consent agenda: the monthly financial report, which of course has a lot of numbers behind it, and a memo by Peter Elwell. And then there's info on the Bulletproof vest grant, the Leahy Bulletproof vest grant as well, all in the publicly available backup materials. Now, the one tweak of what you had asked, Ian, was that, yes, public participation would be the moment where a member of the public would come forward and say, I would ask one of the select board members to, what's the good word to use, Peter? Extract?
To pull an item.
To pull an item from the consent agenda so that it could be spoken to. It is not under consent agenda rules. It's technically a board member that will make that call, that request. But once one person says okay to it, then we all abide by it. So it's not really something we debate or anything like that. So your point is taken that absolutely in public participation, when people get used to the consent agenda idea, that will be one of the things where people might advocate for something being pulled. Is that pretty accurate there, Peter?
Yeah, that's all accurate. And the only other thing I'd like to say, if it's okay, on, as we explain the consent agenda, the board is well aware of this because it's what you considered a couple of weeks ago when you decided to give this a try. But I want to make sure that the public who are here in the meeting understand that the intent of this is to allow the space in these meetings for the full consideration and lots of discussion around the things that really require more complicated review, and that items that are appearing at least to be relatively simpler, maybe it's something that's routine and recurring, maybe it's something that doesn't need action, it's just in there for information, or those types of items that don't look like they're going to need discussion, we put them on the consent agenda. There's materials in the backup that are as available as all the materials related to the discussion items, so the members of the public can be understanding what's on the consent agenda. And there is always the opportunity, if necessary, as you just described, to pull an item off, put it at the back of the discussion agenda, and actually have some discussion about it if we've failed to anticipate some discussion that really needs to be had about one of these items. But otherwise, the background information is in the backup. The action that we're asking for is clear, and you would approve the set of items in the consent agenda with one motion.
Perfect. Good background. And we certainly wouldn't, in the future, once we're used to this, take as much time talking about it either.
Yeah.
Brandy.
I just have a clarifying question. So let's pretend we pulled an item right now. That doesn't mean we discuss it right now. We discuss it at the end of the meeting.
That's correct. It goes
right. That's important.
It becomes the last item of new business.
Yeah, just want to say that vocally.
Sure.
Thank you. And the last, Ian.
Right, and so, but procedurally, we actually would pull it when the consent agenda came up in the agenda. So we'd get there, then one of the select board members could pull an item, then it would go. But in the public participation, someone could advocate asking us to pull it, but then we would get to the consent agenda, and that would be the time when we'd pull it.
That's correct. And if a member of the public who wants you to pull something has commentary they want to offer, they should offer that at the point of discussion at the end of the meeting. What they should do under public participation is ask you to pull it so that it can later be discussed.
Yeah. Okay. Tim, thank you very much for taking the time to explain that to everybody.
Oh, sure. No, I had planned to anyway, but that clarifying question was very good. Thank you. And the last thing I was going to say is, before taking people for public participation, is just a reminder that public participation is for anything that's not an agenda item that we see on the agenda already. Okay, that was a long preamble and explanation. And I see Kurt was the first person with a hand up. So I will ask you to turn on your camera, tell us where you're from, and please keep it to 3 minutes if you can.
Sure.
Hello.
My name's Kurt Dimes. I live in Brattleboro, and I'm with the group Brattleboro Common Sense, which promoted a climate resolution at representative town meeting in 2018, among others. I'd like to read a letter from a senior town official about the progress of that through the town's processes. After RTM in 2018 and at the April 17th Select Board meeting, the board asked staff to examine the idea of cow power or a similar alternative. At their meeting on June 5th, 2018, staff returned with a slightly different idea of subsidizing a local renewable energy project rather than cow power, and the board agreed. That's all quite in conformity with the resolution. Some time passed, and then in September 17th, staff returned seeking the board's support to solicit letters of interest from local renewable energy projects, also quite in conformance with the resolution. I began to meet with members of the Energy Committee and began to learn about the difference between renewable energy and carbon offsets. After numerous meetings, I began to question if we were taking the right approach. After seeking approval from the board to head in a particular direction, all of a sudden I was beginning to wonder if I had made a poor recommendation. Having just hired a sustainability coordinator, I thought that I should remove myself from a discussion that I know very little about and give him the chance to work with the Energy Committee and make an informed recommendation to the board. The board accepted this idea at the meeting on February 4th, 2020. That was 8 months ago. And this simple, very simple proposal for renewable energy for the town's electricity has had no action from the committee. And the only action that was required or was suggested was that the town should just call up Green Mountain Power and say, hey, switch us over to this program. And that way our electricity would be 100% renewable and we would be funding renewable energy projects. but there's not been any action by the board and by the committee. And this resolution is not even listed in on their webpage as a relevant document to their work. They do list what they call the new resolution, the climate resolution of 2003. That's the last document they consider relevant to their work. Anyway, they've been derelict in their duty, and I hope that the select board would get back to the original document that Brandy said was, Brandy said, hey, let's get this going finally. She was very eager. I think we were all very happy in September of last year when we finally took action on this. Now is the time. I think we can just go ahead and take that action.
Okay,
And recommend renewable energy to the town as the resolution said.
okay, Kurt, thanks for the comments. You know how things work very well, so you know for a fact that we can't talk about such things until it's properly warned. So, but thanks for your comments. Next is Jackson for public participation. Welcome.
Hi, I just have two quick clarifying questions. I was having trouble logging in at the beginning, so I don't know if this was talked about, but one of the questions is, how do items get chosen to be on the consent agenda versus regular agenda? Sorry if I missed that. And then the second one is, I was wondering, I know that the last select board meeting, we ended on a little bit of an unclear note, but I was wondering if the proposal about the security deposit had an agenda item of its own today, or how, if it's being mentioned, what's happening, if there's going to be public comment. Thanks.
I think I can take that, or unless Peter wants to.
No, it's fine. Go ahead.
The first one was not discussed tonight. I think it was gone over when we first discussed it last week. But basically, staff comes to us. Peter Elwell comes to Liz and I, the chair and vice chair, with a proposed consent agenda. And then we sign off on that, and then it goes forward that way. Peter, do you want to fill in on that?
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. Like any other item on the agenda, staff prepares a draft agenda, but it becomes the actual agenda when the chair and vice chair have approved it. There's also some procedures that are kind of deeper in the weeds. I don't think it's worth going into right now. If there is difference of agreement, difference of opinion between the chair and the vice chair, there's a process we go through for the rest of the board to have an opportunity to make that decision. But normally the agenda is the purview of the chair and the vice chair, exactly as you described.
Yep, thank you. And the second question was about the ordinance, but the ordinance is not on the agenda tonight. What is on the agenda is a follow-up discussion we had at the last meeting where the ordinance was discussed. We had requested staff get back to us with some information, and that's going to happen tonight. And so we'll definitely hear from Sue Fillion on some possible housing matters and we'll kick that around for a little while tonight. But the ordinance itself is not on the agenda. I hope that answers your question. And I forgot your name because you disappeared from my list.
Jackson.
It was Jackson. Thanks, Jackson.
Where did it go?
Okay, so we're still in public participation, and I see Trevor with a hand up. Welcome. Hi. Whoop, we can't hear you yet. Hang on. There you go.
Got it? Okay. Yes, so I was just wanted to clarify. So there will be no opportunity for public comment on the direction that the security deposit ordinance is taking tonight. There's just input from Sue and from the town. Is that correct?
It is correct that there will be no comment taken about the security deposit ordinance because that is not board business tonight.
So basically, but is that still on the table at all, depending on the conversation tonight, or is that just been thrown out entirely?
No, it has been stopped. There was There's been 3 members of this board that stopped that process. But there is a discussion about rental housing matters and different tasks that the board and the town may or may not take. So it certainly is something that you might want to stick around for.
Okay, well, I'll definitely be listening. Thank you for clarifying that.
Sure. Great. Oh, Trevor, that was Trevor, and Josh Wyman has a hand up. Josh? Hello?
I guess my question is for Peter. And you said there was an update coming on Friday around the town's just the regular COVID update. Is that correct?
That's correct. Every Friday, likely in the afternoon, but sometime during the day, every Friday there will be a COVID update coming out for the foreseeable future.
Okay, and so what sort of information is included in that? I'm a little bit behind on my previous logs, but if you could just give like a sort of a quick ball rundown.
What it does is highlights at the beginning of the update, literally highlights with yellow highlighter so that it jumps right off the page, the things that are new. There's going to be a lot of yellow this week because there's a lot that's changing right now. Some weeks there's not very much yellow. Some weeks in the future when we're kind of steady state, they'll likely just say no change in town operations this week. But this week there'll be a lot. And then every week there is below the yellow portion a repeat of the current status of all town department operations. So it gives all the contact information, phone numbers and email addresses and how to be in touch with us since we're not available for walk-ins. And it describes in some detail, some departments more detail than others because some departments are more complicated than others. But we describe in some detail which normal programs of the departments are not functioning as normal and which are, but in an adapted manner, and what special actions we're taking because of COVID.
Okay. And so that's just going to be an update on how to reach people in the town government. Then will there be resources listed within that for people as well?
Yeah, so what I'd urge you to do is go to the town's website at brattleboro.org. Right on the homepage, there's actually a box of boxes, a header of COVID-19 information. At the top of that box of boxes is a link for the weekly updates or COVID updates. I'm not sure exactly what we call it, but it says the word updates in it, and you can click on that, and it has every one from the beginning. You could actually, if you were interested and had a lot of time on your hands, you could go back and see sort of how we started to push information out last March, and then what has become of that. But most importantly, there's the most recent one right at the top of that list. So you can get the up-to-date information about town operations there. The contact information, yes, but equally important descriptions of how town government is functioning and what services are being provided and in what manner. And then below that are links to a variety of other sources. On one side, it's more scientific health-based information. And on the other side, more about financial relief for individuals, households, and businesses.
Okay, and so sorry, last piece, is that a comprehensive list? So I know it's going to get really difficult in these next couple months here with COVID, so I'm wondering if that's a comprehensive list for people and if that's accessible outside of the internet as well for people.
So accessible outside the internet, I'm not sure what to suggest there other than you can always get in touch with us if you call the numbers that are listed in the update. Town employees will try to link you up with information and services as best we can. For those who can access this from the website where it's presented, we didn't attempt to compile information and put it there ourselves because we were certain that as big and complex and ever evolving as this whole pandemic situation is, we would have stale information out there. And so to avoid that, instead what we've done is provide links to organizations that are providing those particular services. So there's information available regarding services that are being provided to individuals and households through one set of links. And there's other information for businesses through a different set of links. And those links go to places like the state of Vermont, different departments that are involved in providing these services, or locally for businesses, the Brattleboro Development Credit Corporation, BDCC, and then the variety of agencies that are involved in assisting individuals and households. So by providing the links, we've put ourselves in the position of focusing on updating with words what's going on in town government that we know and control, and not trying to do that for all the other types of information, the health information and the financial aid information, but rather rely on the experts in each of those areas.
Okay, thank you.
Daniel?
I just want to add to that. So like Brandy alluded to this earlier, the easiest way for somebody who does not have access to the internet to get connected to resources is to call 211. You know, that is like their job, to connect people to resources, and they do it very well every single day. And they are constantly updating their list of information as things shift. So it's always a good place to send people, especially if they don't have access to the internet. And even if they do, they have a good website too.
Thank you.
Thanks, Daniel. Great. Still on the tail end of public participation, we just have Gary, and then I'd love to move on. We have a long night. Hi, Gary.
Hi, guys. I won't keep you too long. The first thing I just want to add is that I want to give kudos, because I think one thing we've missed also is what a great job that Groundworks and Wyndham Windsor Housing has done purchasing the Dom Chalet, getting those people a place to stay because of the winters. And I think even at the meetings, we should mention what's going on with that too, with our homeless population. That someone could give us an update on that as well too, how and where we're at and where we're going with that. Someone should come from one of the agencies and say, this is what's going on. This is how where we're at and what's happening. I mean, I give them kudos that they now have a place to stay. I talked to a lot of them out in the street, and they're pretty happy. The wee winters are coming. It's getting cold. And I think something like that, maybe at some meetings, can be brought up as well. What's going on, what's happening with them. They are a part of our community as well too. Also, I guess one question I was going to ask Peter, now that they're transitioning into permanent housing with the porta potties, that's one question. What's the status with that? And second, that barrier when you come off the bridge that goes around the corner, because there's a lot of barrier. What's the status with that? Will that still be there? Or is that something that you're going to keep?
So three things, if I might. The answer on the barrier is it's gone. That one was one of the ones removed.
Okay.
So that area is clear again. On the porta potties, those also have been removed for the season. So they're, yeah, I mean, we're done with them for this warm weather season. They'll be gone for the winter, and then we'll see what the circumstances are next spring. Likely bring them back out. And on the chalet project, that's actually scheduled for the December 1st select board meeting for an update from the two agencies that are collaborating on making that happen.
Oh, that's excellent. And I guess one more thing, and then I'll let you guys move on. Also about with Everyone Eats and all these other agencies and nonprofits that are out there too, supporting the community, feeding the community. We can get updates on them and where people can go to eat at. That's important too, when we come on here to give an update on that too, because a lot of people are like homebound because of the virus, where they can go and have food to sent to them and picked up. It's just those two things I just think that are important also, what goes on in our community too, what we do. So that's basically it. Thank you so much, guys. Keep up the good work.
Thanks, Gary. Yeah, I join you in being excited to hear about the Dalem Chalet thing very soon. Oh. This is a change.
Gary show.
Wow, that switched me over to speaker view, and I had to switch back manually. Did that happen to anybody else? Or?
Yes.
It happened to me too.
Weird. Okay, so that's it for public participation. And next on our agenda is the consent agenda. There's two items, the monthly financial report and the Bureau of Justice Assistance Program Patrick Leahy Bulletproof Vest grant, accept and appropriate that. Apologies. So board, does someone have a motion?
Can I help?
Sure.
Can I help? So this would be the time to make a motion to approve the consent agenda
Okay.
as presented, unless you choose to pull an item.
Oh, I thought that was clear. Sorry.
I'll move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Thank you. Brandy has moved to approve our consent agenda for the evening as presented. All those in favor say aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
5-0. And we
Also, I
have-
can still only see Gary, really. Everybody else is a thumbnail. Gary is the main attraction.
Wow. You can go up, go up to your upper right in the Zoom where it says view. At least
Yeah.
that's the way it is in mine. And you can click on gallery again. And
Oh, thank you.
yeah. Not that we don't want to look at
No, I mean, I wasn't complaining.
Oh, it's just
I was
his name.
Oh, just his name. Okay.
Our first consent agenda.
Yes, I was going to say congratulations. It was just 2 items, but
How was it for you?
It was good.
Felt pretty
Just
good
exactly who are we congratulating? Ourselves?
Yes.
to doing something new. I mean,
I
old
know.
Who
dogs.
else is going to do it, Liz?
Old dogs.
All right.
That was very good. Thank you. So our next, we go to unfinished business. And we have one item on the agenda. We have a staff update concerning research on rental housing matters. And I believe first up is going to be Sue, who wrote us a nice report. And if Sue's in the room, I haven't gone and looked at participants. There you are. Hi, Sue.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thanks. Sorry, I'm confused because I'm still seeing Gary's name on there. So was I
Right.
up or not?
Try gallery view.
I did. I've done that a couple times, but that's okay. I'll adjust. Yeah, so I'm here to present to you some of the research that I did on the options, for landlord or tenant protections. Basically, I just want to let you know, I mean, most of it was some internet research. I did speak with several members of the tenants union to kind of understand the research that they had done in putting together the rental housing deposit ordinance proposal. And then I also spoke with Elizabeth Bridgewater from Wyndham Windsor Housing Trust, who just has a wealth of information about housing programs that are out there. Essentially, it boiled down to finding kind of 3 options, one of which is completely a private market option, which would be landlord insurance. And so this is something different than the typical liability insurance that a homeowner or a landlord might have. There's riders where you can have options to protect the income stream that a landlord has. I did not have a chance to speak to local insurance agents to have an understanding of how it operates in Vermont or how expensive it is, but there are supposedly there's riders out there where there can be a loss of income coverage. There's a rent guarantee, so if a tenant fails to pay rent, a landlord could make a claim. And then there's legal assistance insurance that can help manage legal fees for evictions or whatnot. Obviously this is a policy that landlords are paying, but that's kind of the private market option for protection. There's also, the ability to provide a tenant subsidy through like a local housing voucher, very similar to kind of the federal housing choice vouchers. There's several of those in the community where you could set up a program where, we could, set the income and eligibility standards and provide an additional subsidy to help with rents. Primarily, that's how a housing subsidy works. It just goes towards the monthly rent. And the big one that I wanted to talk about was the landlord risk mitigation funds. And I guess two important things with both either a local housing choice voucher or landlord risk mitigation funds is how can these programs be funded? So Bob Fisher, the town attorney, provided you with a memo with, based on his research, determining that the community development block grant funds could not be used to pay for these types of programs. And I think that Bob is in the meeting and you can direct questions to him afterwards. So basically, to fund either of these programs, we'd be looking at general revenues or property taxes to fund these, or some sort of partnership fundraising, that could be done within the community, private foundation. We'd have to figure out how to fund these types of programs. Elizabeth talked of a program on the Cape where the funding did come from, I think, private groups, for community fundraising. Maybe it was the nonprofits as well. But a landlord risk mitigation fund is basically, the purpose of it is to expand housing opportunities for people with the greatest housing barriers. And what it does is provides assurance to landlords who are concerned about risks, whether it's maybe covering damage, whether it's missed rents, maybe it's legal fees. The fund can be tailored to what the needs of the community are. And in general, it's a program where a tenant is carrying a certificate or is enrolled in a program where when they find an apartment to rent, they can provide this assurance to the landlord. So the way Elizabeth was explaining a situation where if a tenant didn't have the ability to pay for the deposit, they might have the certificate from the landlord risk mitigation pool, and that would guarantee the landlord that the deposit would be paid if there were damages at the end, or money to cover the damages would be paid at the end. Most of these programs that exist are, they're dealing with low-income people. So there's usually, 80% of median income is one of the requirements. Some of the program, there's like a wide variety in how the program gets set up from there. What are the households that are being targeted? Is it people who are coming from, transitioning from homelessness? Is it families? Is it veterans? You get to choose who the funds are targeting. As I mentioned before, the funds are either coming from public sector or community organizations that are connected to housing programs. And the funds are managed widely as well. Some are done by cities or municipalities, others are done by housing organizations. And how you get into the program also is a lot of through referrals from existing housing agencies. So you might have a housing plan and they're going to make that connection for you. The type of claims that are covered are generally pretty limited. It's definitely damages that are not covered by a deposit. And sometimes those can be really high. And then they also will cover sometimes unpaid rent or legal costs. And usually there's a cap somewhere on these funds. And the key part is that tenants don't hold any of the funds. They, a claim is made on the fund and the payment goes directly to the landlord. And the tenant is not responsible for paying any of this back. So it's a risk pool. And generally the research that I could find indicated that they're not used as frequently as people would think. They don't need to be drawn on very heavily. I talked a little bit before about tenant participation where, a tenant will apply for coverage from this fund. In my conversations with the tenant union and even with Elizabeth, we have such a tight housing market right now. So any fund, it's really important that, this not hold up somebody who's looking for housing. So they kind of have that paper in hand. And so when they go to rent the apartment, it's not a barrier. You know, the landlord will accept it, and it doesn't knock them down the list from other people. So that would be an important part. And then, you know, landlord engagement can run the gamut. Some programs, you know, there's a lot of connection with the landlords, and even program staff maybe act as a mediator between landlords and tenants when issue arises. And sometimes, you know, there's no staff and other than to process the claims. So I think the two important lessons I learned, though, is that, you know, it should be created with input from the landlords, so it's addressing their concerns so that they will use it, and they will take tenants who are maybe challenged in finding housing. And that could be because of their income, it could be because of a criminal record, it could be bad credit, any number of things. But we want to make sure that the landlords would feel comfortable that they have the assurances. And then also that other piece about tenants, we wouldn't want it to hold up rentals to tenants. We want it to be a smooth process so that it's not something that they have to wait and the landlord needs to wait on either. So yeah, that was kind of the big program that's kind of out there and that is innovative. And then I just kind of wanted to end and bring you up to date as to where, you know, what the land use policy changes that we enacted have resulted in. We're pretty excited. The interim zoning bylaw that you passed in the beginning of September has resulted in 13 new housing units that would not have previously been permitted. I think a lot of that has to do with the CARES funding that's out there to help landlords create more units, but it was pretty exciting to us. We've had 18 units altogether. Other ones would have been allowable under the zoning. So that's, you know, that's important, and those, you know, are hopefully coming online soon. And we're continuing, the Planning Commission is continuing to look at ways that we can loosen up the regulations to help with the creation of more housing stock for the community. And then we're also waiting to hear on the municipal planning grant for the housing study, which will also be looking at other ways that we can support tenants and renters and improve the housing stock in the community. So I'm sure you have some questions. I'm happy to take those.
Thanks, Sue. I have a couple, but Ian's going to go first.
Yeah, thank you, Sue, so much for this. I found it really informative. I wanted to draw your attention to the review of the land use regulations portion of your memo. And I was wondering if you could just explain to me a couple of these things that I don't really understand. Specifically, what deregulating single room occupancies mean, and the infill housing. I think the rest of them I get, but could you just elaborate on those 2 points for me a little?
Sure. So for single room occupancies, the zoning currently requires you know, a laundry room on every floor, a certain amount of kitchen space per unit. So when I say deregulating, we want to get rid of some of those standards that we think maybe makes it more expensive to build something like that. We also will probably consider other zoning districts that they might be you know, appropriate for, just to make it easier to, and you know, maybe cheaper to build a single room occupancy residency. And then allowing infill housing. So there's a couple of things there. Right now, we only allow one principal use per lot. So we could allow you to have, you know, 2 single family homes on a lot without that property being subdividable and meeting the regulations. So that's one way. There's also some different housing types that, you know, that could possibly be easier to develop. Several towns and cities have models for accessory dwelling units so that it's really easy to put one in. It's kind of taken care of, the design of it and whatnot. So we could look at something like that. We could also look at smaller lot development. We're around 6,000 square foot right now is the minimum lot size. State has just said 1/8 of an acre, which is a little less. So we'll have some tweaks that way, and things that make it easier to build on smaller lots, get some more units in. We have a lot of lots in Brattleboro where they're long lots and they're deep lots. So finding a way to use those back lots for more housing would be the
Excellent. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So can I just jump in and just to have a follow-up piggyback question onto Ian's good question? Just to clarify, when you talk about the deregulating single room occupancies, would that apply to existing building? Because you spoke to creation of new housing, but could it apply to a restructuring of an existing building?
It could.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you could convert, a structure into a bunch of single room occupancies. So yes.
Yeah, I just thought it was an important clarification because we have so much existing and older, of course, buildings that might be an important consideration, either renovation or just conversion. Okay. Liz.
I just wanted to mention first that there were a lot of single occupancy units that were lost in the Brooks House fire. So the town should just know that. I wanted to ask Sue, these 18 units that were created, how much greater is that than is typically created in a 6-month period?
Ooh.
Or a year, or,
I'm not really sure. I think usually we're around 10 residential units a year. So it's definitely higher. I don't have the numbers and I could report back to you.
It just, it seemed like it was more than the typical.
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then about the risk pool.
Yes.
Can we further explore two things? First, whether there's any nonprofit housing association that would be willing to take on a project such as this, and also whether either they or the town would be interested in seeking funding from foundations and so forth to bankroll this?
I don't see why not.
Anyone else, or I'll jump in? You know what? It's more of a question. I just wanted to underline that you're at the end of your report, you noted that the housing action plan might only take 6 months if it does get approved for next month. So that's a better timeline than we last heard. I think we heard it could take up to a year. So that would be a lot of good data to kind of figure out how to go forward. And I do want to say that I was pretty disappointed in Bob's report. And so I have sort of a comment/question about that, and I'm not sure if I should drag him into the room or not, but I have a couple nods for fellow board members. Ian, to be fair, you had your hand up right when I was saying something just then.
Yeah, Sue, there was one other thing that I wanted to ask about with specifically the survey. I'm wondering, I think we can all say that this is something that we're excited about and that housing is a thing that matters to everybody. Is there a way that we could in any way fast track for example, looking for the consultant prior to getting the grant. The idea being, if we feel really confident about the grant, maybe we could hit the ground running when we get it, if we already sort of had our interviews with the consultant prior to.
I think Peter's raising his hand, maybe.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interject here, and I'm especially sorry to surprise Sue with this because I didn't get a chance to circle back to you. Ian had asked me this question, and I had checked with Bob. So I know the answer to that, and it is yes. There's no legal impediment to beginning a search for a consultant and then having it be understood in that search process that you're only going to hire the consultant if you get the funding. So we could accelerate a bit there. I mean, it's I don't know exactly how much extra time we would capture. That's something I'd need to confer with Sue about in terms of the timeline for the grant.
Daniel.
Sue, I appreciate your report, and it's helpful to me at least. And Tim, I would like us to bring Bob into the conversation and just have him kind of talk about his memo.
Look, there he is.
He was ready. He was ready. And I don't know, Daniel, you're suggesting that he should just talk generally, or should he just
speak to the memo? I mean, you know, we've read it, but the public might not have. And
right. Do you want to give us an elevator summary of?
Sure. After the meeting where we talked about the ordinance and then coming up with ideas, the idea of funding, whether it's a tenant program or a landlord program through CDBG funds, sounded like a great idea. So I went to the Code of Federal Regulations to look at eligible and ineligible uses of those funds, including program income, and found, unfortunately for our discussion here, that those CDBG funds cannot be used for what are called income type payments, which are payments that go to food, clothing, housing, and they specifically talk in the Code of Federal Regulation as to rent or mortgage payments. They include utilities, etc. The common theme when I looked at the broader section on ineligible activities, which also include things like you can't use those funds for governmental functions, political activities, purchasing of equipment, personal property, operating and maintenance expenses. The common theme there is that they don't allow you to use those funds for things where the money is going to be gone. They're sort of expendable. So food, you buy it, you eat it, it's gone. Yes, it's good, it sustains you, but it's gone, it doesn't have a lasting impact. And whether it's clothing or housing, they look at those as income type matters that are ineligible for the use of these funds. The eligible uses go to creating housing, the building of housing, and those sorts of things. So it didn't help for the program that we were speaking about. And sorry about that. Sometimes my job doesn't bring good news to people.
Well, I have sort of a follow-up, but Daniel, did you want to?
No, go right ahead if you had a question.
I'm glad you used that phrase, it's not gone, because it kind of maybe reinforces a question, an angle that I have that is going to challenge you a little bit. So can the program income, can the CDBG money be used for the landlord insurance or landlord risk pool is my question, because if we were to set something up that it's not specifically for rent or for security, it's for damage reimbursement. And you could make a pretty strong argument, I would make a strong argument, that that is material to the rental, and therefore it's not, doesn't disappear like food does. It's a tangible. And the purpose of why I'm trying to push for this is it would be a requirement in this program, in my fantasy, that the landlord would have to participate in the program and agree to not charge that third month, that last month rent, if they're going to participate in the program. So you see what I'm saying? Would that be a way around that prohibition against using it for rent or security?
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I will take a look at that. That's a good angle to argue. There are exceptions for emergency grant payments, which are made only over a couple month period for individuals and family housing emergencies. I'm not sure if that would cover this. The other thing that in Sue's memo that I didn't get a chance to look into, but she mentioned that Washington State actually passed a law in 2018 to set up these programs. I was going to take a look at that to see how they were funding those programs. It may be something where legislative action is required, but certainly, Tim, I can take a look at your angle on that. I don't have a specific answer tonight, though. I apologize.
Okay, thank you. Brandy?
My first comment is it's always good to look at Washington State because they have a lot of good housing programs, and their Housing First program was one of the first things I read probably around 2018. It's very good. So Tim, can I make sure I'm hearing what I think I'm hearing from you? Are you saying that this money doesn't go away because it goes to preserve a physical structure, which then can be rented and then rented and then rented and then rented in perpetuity, assuming that's what wants to be done and upkept and so forth?
Yeah, I mean, effectively, if damage occurs, say, to a toilet, and that's expensive to replace, and there's a proven, there's a track record of what was there and what was destroyed, then that's a fixture that is necessary for the apartment to be re-rented, and therefore, it's my hope that it would apply to be able to be used with the CDGB funds. I think what I'm trying to get at here is something that I recognize as a little bit of the system unfairness here, in that these funds can be used for people who want to add on to a house and create an apartment, which is for the public good, creating more housing, yes, but it's also a direct benefit to a property owner, whereas we have these rules that we can't have a direct benefit to a tenant. So I'm trying to figure out how we can kind of correct that while still staying in the legal system of doing that.
Yeah.
Liz had her hand up and I'll shut up.
So you're trying to get this funding to be seen as a capital expense, because then it would be covered.
Yeah, well put.
Yep.
And I was just going to say there's a large body of law between what are repairs versus capital expenses. And in the, I'm just looking at the section on ineligible activities, operating and maintenance expenses are generally ineligible. But they get, most of their examples have to do with maintenance of public type entities or facilities. Examples of ineligible operating and maintenance expenses include maintenance of streets, parks, playgrounds, water sewer facilities, senior centers. They all talk about public facilities and not dealing with really a landlord insurance pool or risk pool. So certainly what we're talking about here is in the gray areas or between the lines, and I'll have to look a little bit further to see if there's anything exactly on point.
Okay, thank you. Daniel did have his hand up, Brandy.
Yes. Yep.
Thanks. Bob, I appreciate the work that you did along with Sue's work. And I think that in reading your memo, it really kind of brings me back to where I was, a few weeks ago with this ordinance, so I had some concerns about potential risks to landlords the last time we discussed it. In voicing those concerns, I kind of stalled that ordinance adoption process. And I hoped that what we would tell us in that research was we could use these funds for something more targeted. And whether that would be for landlords or tenants was yet to be figured out, but that was kind of the general idea. And upon finding out that we can't really use those funds in that way, and I appreciate that Tim just raised another option, and I would look as to at least, you know, look into that. It takes me back to the ordinance that we originally had, and I would like to bring that back to a future agenda as it was written the last time. And I'd just like to explain briefly why. You know, I think that it was very clear in Sue's memo from a few meetings back that many of our residents are tenants, right? Over 50%. And many of those tenants are cost burdened. This proposal, you know, we're talking really here tonight about like all sorts of little ways that we could nibble away at the problem. And this proposal will improve the lives of tenants in Brattleboro. And it will also put some landlords at a potentially riskier position. And I am gonna kind of hope rather than fear in this, and hope that, you know, this policy would improve the lives of people in Brattleboro on a large scale. So I would like to see us bring it back at a future meeting, ideally our next meeting. I received a great deal of testimony from tenants during the last week, speaking to how, if this policy had been in place, their lives would have been easier. And then, you know, we have this housing study coming up. It may well be that the housing study tells us something we didn't already know, but we already know quite a lot. And we know that the picture is not great. And so I don't want to wait until next summer and find ourselves back in this same place. And I apologize for, you know, the uncertainty that some of our members of public and members of this board might have felt, but like I needed to wrestle with this stuff. I needed the information. I have more information now, and how I feel about it is that, you know, this ordinance will be better for the greater good of Brattleboro. And then the second thing I would like to say, and then I'm done, is that I read the Code of Federal Regulations as well, and I don't have a law degree, so I slogged through those, Bob. But I did see that it can be used for down payment assistance. And there are programs already that, I mean, the program that got me into this house was a first-time buyer down payment assistance program. They gave me $5,000 towards our closing costs and whatnot. And for us, that was the difference, being able to afford rent that wasn't very different from our mortgage. And, you know, all those hefty moving costs. So I'd like to see us consider earmarking some CDBG money for down payment assistance. It doesn't have to happen at the same time as this ordinance. That could be, you know, something else. I think we have the ordinance written, and I'd like to, you know, have it come back to our next agenda.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
I just want to ask Bob procedurally. I think I know the answer, but I want to make sure. This had been heard on first reading and was presented for second reading, and the board decided not to adopt it on second reading. If the board decides to take it up again, so long as the form of it has not changed from what was presented for second reading the last time, it could be presented again for second reading and public hearing and final adoption, could it not?
I was actually thinking it needs to go back and go through both readings for notice purposes.
Bob's right.
That I agree with you. There's not a lot of purpose in the first reading when, if it came back in its same form. It's really more of a reconsideration type of an issue. So let me take a look at that. We can discuss that as far as what's the quickest way to get it back before the board on that. And then the other thing different from that I just, in response to Daniel's question, there is a section that in the eligible uses of CDBG funds for loss of rental income. But when you look at it specifically, it's for loss of rental income when tenants are displaced by other program activities, such as we're doing an urban renewal project and you were taking down some large apartment building, build newer and better ones, or maybe more of them. You've got displacement of tenants, and there is money for the relocation and the temporary loss of that, but that's different from really creating a landlord pool.
Yeah.
Again, we're at the edges of this issue, and nothing seems to really hit it squarely on point.
Ian.
So I just quickly looked through the select board rules of conduct. So I think I understand that we're operating in rule G2A if a majority of the select board wants to put an item on the next regularly scheduled select board meeting through, we can vote on it now. There would be no discussion on the item now. And then it would be noticed for the next regularly scheduled meeting. If I understand that correctly, then I think I have a motion.
I don't know if you do understand that correctly, or I don't understand it. It's my understanding that Liz and I get first crack at setting an agenda.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
You can ask Peter.
And then that decision can be overruled by a majority of the board.
My reading of it was that is rule G1A, and that rule G2A is just a vote of the board. But I could be incorrect.
We all have that rules of
I don't have it in front of me, but I bet you Peter has.
Peter probably has it.
And Bob's here.
I have it when I had a binder.
So.
Maybe I see what you mean. I don't know. Peter, what's your?
Yeah, I have advice if you'd like to hear it, and it doesn't come from directly the words on the page. It comes from the manner in which you, as a group of people, do the town's business. So I'll leave it there until you say, yeah, go ahead and offer us your advice.
Oh, I say go ahead.
Please
Okay.
do.
It's a cliffhanger. You can't do that.
Thank you for that. Because you'll be disappointed by my advice and may choose to further debate and not take it. But here's what I think. There are those rules in place so that when you are struggling to find a way forward together as a body, and the chair and the vice chair have determined that something isn't going to be considered, that there's a method for the other three of you to be able to say, we want to consider it.
Mm-hmm.
It's my opinion that this system works better for everyone's sake when the five of you are finding ways to work with each other, even when you're not necessarily agreeing substantively. And I've seen you five do that. I've seen other groups of five do that over and over again. And I think we're in a moment where two people feel strongly, two other people feel strongly. There's a person who has needed some time and some additional information to feel sure of the way forward.
Which is totally fine.
And yeah, exactly. It's part of the process. And tonight has said, I'd like to see this come back. And it's my advice to you that while there may be detailed procedural language that we could debate about what procedural steps would be taken to bring it back, it seems apparent to me that three of you would like to see it come back. Whether it's first or second reading is something that Bob and I will need to determine. You know, Bob will determine it, and I'll follow his legal advice on that. But there's three people who want to see the ordinance come back, and it would seem to me that it would be appropriate to, for me at least, to put it on a draft agenda for the two of you to approve, you know, at the next opportunity, and then you decide whether you you know, you'd exercise your authority over the agenda at that point. But I believe it's proper for us to leave this meeting with an expectation that I'm going to show you a draft agenda as soon as possible that has it on either for first or second reading.
Ian.
Thank you very much for that, Peter. I was not trying to make it contentious. I was trying to simplify. So I appreciate that. And yeah, absolutely. That was just, I feel like sometimes where we get in trouble is when things are not clear. And so I thought a motion might make it really clear. And if we don't feel like that's the way to go, yeah, for sure.
Oh, Liz, go ahead.
I would like it if Daniel could be interrogated about what SeVEDS does to provide rental assistance to people.
Yeah, and to be fair, I don't know if he should be interrogated tonight about this. I also have an interrogation for Daniel. But
bring it on.
Well, I mean, okay, so let's hold Liz's right here, and I'm going to throw one out. I'm confused by your desire to have Bob move forward with investigation on possible use of CDBG, and also you want to bring back the exact same ordinance that we spent many, many hours debating in budget season?
I mean, so the question that you had for Bob around whether or not those monies could be used for repairing damages, I think is a reasonable question to look into. You know, I don't see why those two things can't move at the same time. I don't see them as mutually exclusive. You know, I don't necessarily think that an answer from Bob that they can be used for repairs necessarily means that I would say, oh, fine, well, this ordinance is no good. I'd like to have both pieces of information.
It does to me, because one of them speaks to something that, as you know, my position on what the rental ordinance is going to do.
I do.
Liz, sorry.
Well, I also had some questions that I would like to be answered that were part of tonight's agenda regarding, whether a nonprofit would be willing to manage this risk pool, how would the town manage the risk pool, and whether funding could be sought to pay for the risk pool. So I would like to continue both avenues of discussion.
Tonight?
No.
Oh.
At our next meeting. Whenever the one comes on the agenda, I'd like to discuss both.
The one being Bob's charge?
Bob's charge, but I want to add Sue's question, the questions that I asked Sue at the same time, so that both discussions can go forward.
Okay. I just wanted to, and Bob, did you? Go ahead. I just want to make a procedural point. Go ahead.
Mine went to the procedure with regard to our charter. Our charter is different from the regular adoption process of ordinances insofar as we require a first reading and a second reading. The first reading is for notice. The second reading is for the hearing for either adoption or non-adoption. So at the last time you had the hearing, you did not adopt it. So it's not as if it's still pending. And my concern, and I'll take a look at this a little bit more tomorrow, but my concern would be if you jump right to a second reading without following the process in your charter, you might give anybody who would be opposed to your ordinance, if you adopted it, grounds to seek legal challenge on the basis of its adoption. So I hate to make you do it over 2 meetings, but the conservative or cautionary approach here may in the long run be better for the upholding of the adoption process.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Brandy?
Bob, my interpretation was exactly the same when I looked it up a couple weeks ago. I don't see any path outside of going back to first reading.
Yeah. I was thinking something along the lines of, under Robert's rules, a motion for reconsideration, but that's more for an issue where you're voting or making a motion, not with regard to a hearing.
Yeah,
So
I agree.
I don't think that applies as specifically to this. But I'll get back to all of you, but that's my initial reading here, is that we would need to go first and second reading.
Yeah.
Okay, just for the purposes of moving forward tonight, which of course I'm way off my fantasy schedule of where we would be, but I'd like to go ahead and take the two patient people who have been waiting to say something and then cut it off there and be able to move on. We have a lot to do tonight still. So how does everybody feel about that? Great. So I'm going to go ahead and ask Patrick to bring up Gary, unless they've switched position on me. I think Gary was first. Hi, Gary.
It's
Hi,
still
how you
top of
guys
the
doing?
queue.
I guess this is a question that can be tabled for discussion for another time, preferably, hopefully before the end of December. I just wanted to leave this anecdote with Sue and with Daniel and also with Bob about, and with Peter, how are we utilizing the COVID funds that are available? I just noticed in just reading in the thing that the hospitals got $75 million to help bail them out. Walmart was offered it, they turned it down. So there's money that's there for housing and for electric, which I use, and I spoke to Daniel. Oh, Daniel, hands up. Go ahead, Daniel, answer that for me.
I mean,
Thank you, sir.
I feel like I can answer this directly because it's part of my work every day. You know, the legislature appropriated, you know, the total amount was 1.25 billion, I think. I don't know.
Wow.
There's still some of that lying around, but, you know, a lot of different programs were created. The ones that pertain to housing have a lot of money available to move people into housing. And you know what the problem is? There isn't enough housing. You know?
Really?
You know, you were talking about folks in motels earlier, and like there's a lot of money to get people out of motels and into housing. And it's not as simple as we just need money. There, you know,
wants to jump on.
It's
Thank
yeah.
you.
Also, that is the pot of money that is being used by Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust and Groundworks to renovate the chalet project and turn that into permanent supportive housing. So, so there are actions being taken with those funds. They don't fit the type of programming that's being discussed here tonight.
Okay, because I mentioned also with the rental part, because I don't know, Dan, did you look on the website for Vermont.gov? They have also, if you're behind in your rent or if you need extra amount of money.
Yep.
A lot of people aren't aware that they come to me and say, how did you do it? And I spoke to them, I said, talk to Daniel.
What number should they call, Gary?
Daniel Quip Sevka.
No,
That's
211.
Oh, man, I had you. I've been telling, call Daniel.
No.
But yeah, I mean, I tell them a lot of them don't have access to like the internet to sign up for that. I mean, I was like, you know, I got a huge sum that was given to take care of my electric bill. And it's amazing that the funding that's available for people. So that I think that might be, in a sense, I can't say a Band-Aid, if you're behind in rent, and then that, so you don't have to use your security deposit. I see you guys were talking about that, but that could help out because they have a section for landlords if they need it, and also for the tenant. So that could also be helpful and allocated that money for that, especially in the winter hours too, because we don't know when the next stimulus package is coming, as we well know. So whatever's there, as they say, if you don't use it, you lose it. So I would suggest maybe people, like even with the landlords, if you feel the tenant's behind in rent, because even now I'm getting stuff from Comcast. Oh, there's a disconnect notice. Oh, there's a disconnect. They're starting to send them out. So this is the winter time with all that. And that's why I suggested you, Daniel, with people with the heating and all that, and people know where to go. So they're not in that bind. Don't wait to the last minute. You know, seek the help now and the fundings while there are available if you're behind or if you have to pay. They have a section that says if you have to pay security or last month's rent also, but people don't know how to navigate through that. So that's just a suggestion.
Gary, I'm gonna try to reel this back in. Is that all
Thanks.
right?
I'm sorry, guys. Thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gary.
I didn't start the timer, so now I have no idea how long that was. Thank you, Gary. Trevor is next, and then we're going to probably take our break and then move on. Trevor, hello.
Hello. So I'm just here representing the tenants union of Brattleboro, and we just want to say that we're very thankful for the research that Sue has done. And we're very thankful for what Daniel has said tonight, and for the fact that Randy, Ian, and Daniel are in support of moving forward on our proposal. I have a lot of compiled research here in support of the proposal, but I understand that we're not talking about that tonight. So I just want to say that we think you have every reason to move forward on this proposal, and we would like to see it discussed in the future.
Thank you. Okay.
And before the break, can I just speak to timing about when this might come back, since there's people in the meeting who are interested in being part of that when it happens?
Sure, please do.
So there's been some mention of the next meeting in the course of this discussion, and the next meeting is next Tuesday night, and it's a night that is not a regularly scheduled meeting, and it's been set aside for the specific purpose of exploring police procedures and policies. Right. So I think we should keep that meeting set for that purpose. And once we have received Bob's advice, which sounds like it's going to be a first reading and a second reading again, that we work together, you know, in the normal agenda setting process to bring that forward, possibly for December 1st, possibly for December 8th, kind of navigating the what else is going to need to be considered on those nights to make sure that there is room for this to get the consideration that it's going to need as it comes back forward as an ordinance. And also with the additional information that's not related to the ordinance, but is related to the broader issue.
Thank you, Peter. I think that's the way to go. We are going to go to our break. And when we come back, we're going to be speaking to about SeVEDS. Is that all right, everybody? How about if we come back at 8:10? Well, no. Yeah, let's say 8:10.
Okay.
Thank you. We're back. It's 8:11 by my clock. And I think we'll go ahead and invite any representatives from Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies to join us. I saw Adam. There you are. Hello. Adam, will you be joined by anyone else? Would you like to be? Okay. Hang on while we send you a invite to unmute. There we go.
Bless you.
Gesundheit. Who is that? Oh, Liz.
That was me.
So Adam is with us. He's currently muted, and so is Daniel. Stand by.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Gesundheit again.
Bless.
Yes. Now we have Adam. We just don't have Daniel. Oh, and Jennifer is joining us.
Jennifer, and then we also have Casey Haynes with us this evening.
Great. Welcome.
Well, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Want to also thank the board and town representatives and the voters for the support at last year's town meeting. It feels as if that was just last month. Typically, we have a little more space between these meetings. So, you know, thank you and the board here for all of the hard work to prepare yet for another town meeting. So appreciate the opportunity. Appreciate the support that the town offered in a year when we really, truly needed that support. Starting last March, we all had to turn to new work and new ways in which to do the work. We quickly focused immediately on our tenants and then very quickly to businesses in the community. And, you know, have been just doing largely that work ever since. We try to fit in some of our more traditional business support. We have had several inquiries for new folks looking to move into the area, which has been very encouraging as we continue to support the small businesses throughout the region. So we're here today, of course, to just present on some of the work that SeVEDS has been doing, a lot of the programming specific to SeVEDS and the workforce development. answer any questions, and make some presentations on some specifics regarding the business support that we've done. So again, with me tonight is Jennifer Stromston, BDCC Director of Programs, and Casey Haynes, who will each be speaking to some of the work. I'd really like to turn it over to Jennifer to just present some of the data behind a lot of the work that we've been doing to support Brattleboro's businesses these past several months.
Thanks, Adam. Go ahead, Jennifer.
Hey, yes, thank you. One of the, there's two sides to our narrative today. One is really about sort of adapting our programs, which I'll get to in a moment, and trying to figure out, like everyone, how to have like business as usual in not usual times. And some of that has gone particularly well and given us an opportunity to think about new delivery methods and new audiences, new ways to reach people. But as Adam just mentioned, a lot of what we did is we pivoted towards relief work and towards providing more intensive support during this time. And some of that really just builds on the knowledge of folks at BDCC like Adam and some others and a lot of our partners about what goes on in a disaster situation in terms of how small businesses, sole proprietors experience a disaster, how hard it is for them to access assistance while they're also trying to stay afloat, how hard it is to make decisions. And so we, in March and April, really took folks who couldn't conduct business as usual in the programs and pushed them over to sort of the business support side. That serves as our liaison program. And what we basically did is that everyone who we became aware of through various webinars and outreach that we were doing, folks who submitted impact statements to the state, anyone in the Wyndham region who was indicating that they were experiencing hardship due to COVID, we reached out to them, we assigned them a staff person. And so we worked with hundreds of businesses and nonprofits, but 183 of which were in Brattleboro. And that meant that there was an individual person on our staff whose job was to email, to call, to make sure that they were getting good up-to-date information about federal programs, about emerging state programs, to make sure they were getting referrals. Did they need an SBA counselor? Was there some other kind of service that they could access? Everyone was contacted multiple times, and in some cases there are dozens of contacts. But we also, because the DPA was doing a lot of one-on-one support, also coordinated with them and made sure that everyone who was in that service area was referred over to Stephanie Bonin and her folks. And so part of the whole liaison work was personal outreach, but it was also making sure we had weekly webinars for a couple of months, and now they're every couple of weeks, and two different kinds. One was for partners in the region, so our town officials, the chambers, folks like the DBA, different other economic and community development people could get timely information and connect directly with legislators and with the federal delegation. And then we also had a business webinar on Fridays so that people could bring their questions, their frustrations, their issues, their concerns to that and be heard by same folks, by legislators, by federal officials, or we brought in folks like the SBA, the Small Business Administration people, to give answers on a regular basis about how to apply for PPP and EIDL and what was happening with that. So, it's a stressful and confusing time. So again, 183 businesses in Brattleboro and nonprofits work with them in that program. We don't have data from the state relief yet specifically. We have aggregate data. And we do know that, part of our goal is just to make sure that at least our share of relief reach this region, if not more. We're really happy to say that in terms of that CARES Act relief funding that was allocated to small businesses and employers, we received the second highest level in this county of relief funding, and 30% more than the next county. So that means that our organizations, our nonprofits and businesses have been accessing at a high rate. And then we hope to get some more granular data so we can tell you more what that means for Brattleboro in the future. We don't have it at that level. Two more programs I just want to sort of tell you about. One is CDBG, which was for sole proprietors. You may recall that at the beginning of the pandemic, what was rolled out by the federal government was for businesses, and then some of the early stuff that the state rolled out was just for businesses and nonprofits, and sole proprietors were sort of left out. There's a lot. We have a lot of sole proprietors proportionally in this part of the state. And so we became one of two providers in the state, BDCC, administering it. So beyond the region, we administer for effectively Southern Vermont, although it's kind of a funny shape. And so that's some of the relief work that we've been doing. We have, I think there are 21 awards in the Wyndham region, and 8 of those were in Brattleboro. So that's, we're helping to administer what is a CDBG dollars for sole proprietor assistance, which amounts to about $67,000 for Brattleboro businesses. And then last but not least, well, second to last is, I guess, this SBA and PPP. I don't know if you all have sort of seen that there's some great stuff in BT Digger a month or so back about how that program hit folks. And Vermont did a great job of making sure that that came in and helped folks early on. The EIDL is a grant, and then the PPP loan is what can be forgiven if you retain or hire back people. So Brattleboro had 351 businesses and nonprofits access that federal program. 40 of those were actually nonprofits. So 351 grants and loans, and then 40 to nonprofits. 47 of that 351 were loans of 150,000 or more. So those are larger employers, larger businesses, hospitals, larger nonprofits. And then to the 304-ish nonprofits and businesses that received smaller grants and loans, that was nearly $12 million in federal assistance, 11.9 million. So then the last program that we've been administering is called, we call it REVTA. It's part of the Restart Vermont Technical Assistance Program. BDCC is both delivering it regionally, but also we're administering it for all of the RDCs statewide, which is kind of neither here nor there, but just, you know, something to understand that one of the roles that we're playing in this pandemic is because we're sort of have more capacity and have experience in disaster relief, like doing CDBG administration, we're playing a couple of different roles. So with REVTA, the way that was designed, which is actually pretty brilliant, was that it pays a vendor to deliver technical assistance. So the funding doesn't go to the business or nonprofit that's been harmed. And what's great about that is it doesn't then preempt them from other assistance, which is a problem that we've had. You know, we've had folks who've been knocked out of programs where they might have gotten $10,000 because they got 2 from another program. So we love the way this program works because it doesn't mess with people's ability to access help towards their unmet need, because most of these folks have additional unmet need. So REVTA has, in Brattleboro, we have right now, and there may be some more, but the current count in the Wyndham region is 88, and 58 of those recipients are in Brattleboro. So that's great news for Brattleboro. We feel like we tried to get it all out across the region, and you know, did a lot of promotion, but really that's where it's landing. What technical assistance means is everything from marketing and digital strategies to architecture and engineering to figure out how to reconfigure spaces. It is bookkeeping, it's, you know, legal services, it's all manner of things. So, and I can provide you with more detail on that if you care to have it. But another piece about REVTA is that it also is a way to promote local vendors. So it has sort of a vendor approval process. The vast majority of vendors that are in this program are Vermont vendors. And so in addition to those Brattleboro businesses who are benefiting from the program through this, there are 14 Brattleboro vendors who are serving clients both in and outside of this region. And they will be receiving $80,344 worth of payments. So that's sort of a great, you know, kind of like the Everybody Eats program, like it has sort of a benefit on both sides, which is really great and has also helped promote some local vendors. So that is all I'm going to say on assistance. I'm happy to provide more data. We'll be getting more. We keep this up to date on a pretty constant basis. So as far as adapting our programs, I just want to mention a couple things going on. We are our regular small business programming. We're still trying to help people keep growing, or so we have some succession planning stuff going on. We have a workshop coming up in a few weeks for folks who are looking to sell their business. Now we're in the next 10 years. Now is the time to start. And then we'll be doing another session in January for folks who are looking to acquire a business, to become an entrepreneur, maybe for the first time or the 10th time, because it's a really great way to do it, is to acquire an established business. And that's kind of what's new about our new succession. We've done other succession workshops, but this is the first time we've really intentionally focused on both sides of the deal. And that's being done with some help from the USDA, is helping to fund that program, and in partnership with some other great folks like the Vermont Employee Ownership Center. And then another thing that's available to Brattleboro folks across the region is the grant writing training through Southern Vermont Economy Project. And that's part of our project development series, which is low or no cost. It's no cost to our partners, like Town of Brattleboro folks, but it's available to others. And that grant writing training is a kind of two and a half day intensive tomorrow and Thursday, with then some direct technical assistance on Friday. So if you wanted any information on that, it's on our website. And then I'm gonna just, 2 examples of us trying to keep things going, things we would normally have done in person and in workshops, and we're still doing them in webinar form, and trying to really keep learning about how to do that sustainably. Everyone has Zoom fatigue, so we're playing with some more, breakout rooms and mixing up the schedule, and just trying to, be mindful of, what Brandy said earlier, that, folks are worn out and feeling it. And we all are supposed to kind of keep going. But it's not always easy. And yet, we're experiencing a lot of engagement because, in some ways what we do on Zoom is maybe even more important than ever. So seeing each other and just, trying to move the ball down the court. So I'm going to turn it over to Casey. And Casey joined us, poor thing, like right at the beginning of the pandemic, and has been, he's a perfect example. He has had a foot completely in relief world doing CDBG assistance, and also he does recruitment and retention related things. So he's going to talk a little bit about that side of things.
All right.
Yeah,
welcome.
thank you, Jen. So yeah, it was actually really wonderful for me to have the opportunity to do some of this relief work. Gave me some context and perspective to then bring with me into my regular work with the businesses. Part of my job is running the paid internship program. So, despite the necessary pivots and figuring out new models to do internships, we were able to place a handful of interns in Brattleboro with a couple of great organizations. One of the ones that I'm really excited about is with the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance. So we had a student who just graduated from Smith College who was looking for work, really talented, and was looking for opportunities, COVID specific relevant opportunities to be able to connect people with. And so talking with Stephanie Bonin, she mentioned the Everyone Eats pilot program that they were about to start up. And so we were able to connect on that. We touched base with the career services folks over at Smith. They were able to kind of make an exception with this scholarship program that's designed to pay for internships. So we were able to kind of coordinate everything so that this intern can come in, get paid to work on this pilot program with DBA. And we're really thrilled because now some of you have probably met Francis over there, who is now full-time coordinating, managing that Everyone Eats program that has been such a monumental success. So that's something that is just like very personally fulfilling and exciting for me. And I'd be happy to go over, we have some other great projects that we're doing. There's Adam mentioned all of the folks that are coming into the area. We've been doing some welcome wagon type work to really just help them, connect in safe, meaningful ways, which is important now more than ever. So those are some things that I've been doing that I've been very excited about.
Thanks, Casey. So I think we'll leave it there and be available for any questions you may have.
Terrific. Thank you for that. Looks like Brandy has a hand.
I don't have a question. I just have a comment about the Everyone Eats program. it's amazing. It's just so great. I've referred people. I've used it when I was, you know, just my mental bandwidth was gone and the sink was full of dishes and I had 4 kids in the house. It's just a beautiful thing, and I'm always so happy to see the posts and share them out in my work capacity. And it's not just a thing to be proud of. I think it's like the thing. It's the thing that is actually the win. The win-win is outrageous. I talk to people. I picked up my dog from doggy daycare today, and the person who runs the doggy daycare was talking about it because she had just gotten a meal from there. And I think it's really exciting, and it's a wonderful thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think you could look at the outcome of that particular internship, you know, every which way, and you know, it's a success no matter how you look at it. You know, being able to connect, you know, really smart, talented young people into great opportunities that really benefit the community. Like it does, I don't think that it gets better than that. So
I don't think so either. So yay.
Anyone else? Oh, sorry, Liz, you disappeared and then came back.
I know I don't know. I lost my connection, but I got it back. And I'm happy because I got it back in time. You know, I had the opportunity to sit in on some of the early meetings of the BDCC during the pandemic. And I was so pleased with what I saw and heard. And in the past, I've always thought that the BDCC was lacking that direct one-to-one contact with individual businesses. But during the pandemic, this buddy system that they had was really phenomenal. Mm-hmm. And I really applaud the work that you have been doing. And I hope you keep up the good work. I think it's, you know, it's a tangled maze to go through the state and federal aid programs. And, you know, if you, Jennifer's right, if you take one from somebody, then you're ineligible somewhere else, and all of those little ins and outs. And I remember hearing that Adam learned so much through Tropical Storm Irene. And I think that fortunately, one disaster helps another. And I think that the work that you've been doing is very necessary, and I applaud you for it.
Oh, well, thank you very much. I think one of the things we've really have learned is the importance of the strength of your network. So it's not just our organization, it's the downtowns, it's the chambers, it's the other organizations, nonprofits that are out there looking for ways in which to connect and further support. And then through the work with the small businesses, we just remind each other, we remind the state, and just the absolute importance of the number of small businesses that really are the fabric of the economy. And without them, you start to get tears, and that tear will just get bigger and bigger. So it's the work we're here to do. Appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, I think our community is made up of very small businesses.
Thanks, Liz. Daniel?
Ian was before me.
Oh.
He always defers. I will defer to Ian.
Go ahead, Daniel.
Oh.
Told you. I agree with what Liz said about the support that was provided to many of our small businesses. I can name a couple of, well, I won't name them, but I know of a couple of people that accessed that support and found it useful. And also, I imagine that you must have been run off your feet trying to return calls and emails, and you know, I'm sure that that was a challenge, and I hope that that will continue to be done in a prompt fashion as things develop. The part of the presentation that most interested me is the succession planning. You know, several of our Main Street businesses, you know, recently closed, due to, you know, retirement over the last couple of years. One prominent business who I hope to return to on Friday has been trying to sell for a while and trying to find a new owner. And so I was kind of curious, like, what outreach you do to our downtown businesses, primarily around succession planning. It seems like that's a pretty important piece of our downtown economy.
Yeah, I think, you know, this is a new program for us with the intentional curation of two relationships. So often succession planning is within your family, or a very traditional, you just put it up for sale and you wait for someone to come purchase it. What we're really trying to do is create an opportunity to have folks who are interested in a business. They may not know what business, and they may have an affinity for running a bakery, but really there's an opportunity somewhere else. So it's making sure that they're aware of these opportunities. Often our business owners are not prepared to sell. They have a vision of what they would like in return for that sale, but they haven't run their books to really prepare for that. So a lot of this is going to be bringing those two parties together and saying, okay, you're a buyer, you're a seller. The seller may not yet be prepared for that, but can we match you up? Is there an opportunity to cultivate and support your relationship over a period of time while the business better gears their financial situation to a sale? The potential buyer learns the business and really creates a transaction that would otherwise likely not happen, and that business would ultimately just shutter its doors. So that's part of it. And then the other piece that Jennifer was speaking to, she can sort of touch base on the current marketing for that.
Yeah, I mean, we've sort of just done our, you know, our normal like newsletter and made sure that all of our partners know, you know, so all the chambers and the downtown associations and folks like that, from Porch Forum, you know, because for me, there's always the challenge of really getting it out into the rest of the region.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, you know, we have I mean, it's marketing, but there's another thing of just resistance. Like we all know of lots of businesses that should be doing this, but getting folks to the point where they really want to talk about it.
We might have a frozen situation.
That's it's like marketing, but it's like a bigger problem than that. And so I think, which is to say, I'm still worried about that problem. Like, I don't know how we can introduce this to more people. So we're kind of running these first two things just to sort of figure out, like, how are we going to work both sides of this and find ways to do that, you know, fairly and squarely. But then what is the educational piece that needs to help people feel better about this? And I've spent some time in the last year doing research. There's a great organization who we've worked with in other ways that has put out a lot of great data that I think helps destigmatize the lack of planning. You know, they're like, basically 70% of boomers, you know, our businesses are owned by baby boomers, and, you know, and 7 out of 10 of them don't have a plan. So it's normal. And I think just that piece of information helps people like kind of unclench a little bit and think about it. So that's the piece of like, it's like more like an educational thing than just marketing that I think we're going to need to do to really get folks to want to engage with this and not be so terrified. I mean, we really feel like dentists when we try to talk about this with people. So.
It's sort of like end of life planning.
Exactly. No one wants to do it. And yet it's not as if we all can avoid it. So.
Yeah.
Ian. Yeah, I guess I want to echo a lot of that applause. And I wanted to shout out to one thing and then ask a quick question. Just a quick shout out to Casey. You know, the internship idea really hits close to home for me. I basically am employed in a long-term internship, which brought me to Brattleboro. And as a young Vermonter, I think making those opportunities for people to learn inside of an industry is just so important. And so I applaud that work. I hope to see it expand further. I know how much work that can be to find a place for somebody, but you know, bringing young people here and giving them opportunities, I just think that's so great. So I wanted to just give a little to that. And then I just had a quick question to Jennifer, and definitely putting you on the spot here, but I'm just curious. Can you give me some percentages on these numbers? So I wrote down quickly like the 351 out of, I think it's Wyndham, and then we got the out of REPTA, you got the 58 small businesses. I know it's on the spot, but I'm just curious.
No, it's fine. It's 58 Brattleboro businesses out of 88 in Wyndham, in the Wyndham region for the REPTA program. So whatever 58 over 88 is. It's
the majority.
And I think for like SBA lending, I think we were sort of running at about, well, it depends on the size of loans, but we were running at like 8% of the total awards in the state, right, Adam? Something like that, which is, a really good, share. And then on CDBG, don't make me say this out loud in front of other people, but there's eight of the awards in the southern half of the state, which is 93 awards, went to Brattleboro. So that was, 9% of the awards for half of the state.
Well, and yeah, it's not just the southern part. It's half. It goes all the way up. It's one side in the southern part.
Yeah. So
the eastern side and the southern.
Yeah, it went from Wyndham to Bennington all the way up to Chittenden.
Oh, what? Okay, west.
Our area.
And the southern part of Vermont got a pretty sizable share more of those funds as well. So that 8 ends up coming out of a total of around 160 for the whole state.
Thank you. So like 5% of the whole state. So that's an incredibly good showing. And that's just about people being organized and supported. And, that's, when it comes to delivering CDBG, we're sort of equal opportunity. It's like, everybody, it's a very structured HUD process. We're not playing favorites, with all the other programs, we're just administering them for a region. So we only get to play favorites. The other thing that we're doing that's kind of behind the scenes. And so one of the weird, wonderful benefits of this has been all that you've said, like more contact with businesses, getting to know our community better than ever, silver lining. We've all cross-trained. All of our staff understand profit and loss statements now, to a level that we didn't want to. And right? So like that's been really great, and I think it's kind of demystified some of the business, services stuff. And also, frankly, the level of sophistication of a lot of businesses that we serve, because they are so small, is not super high. What they need is a little bit of technical assistance, a lot of patience, like help just figuring out how to get a scan done and get us that document, and so it's been like the customer service strength of our staff is the thing that's made this awesome. Learning the technical stuff has just been sort of a nice distraction from COVID. So.
And just to clarify quickly on the CDBG, it was literally a lottery, so there was no
right.
Where we excelled as a region is the number of business support organizations who got the word out, so that there was a lot of applicants who were then in line to get that. That's where we excelled.
That's good.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
All right. Since I haven't said anything yet. There's been so much love flying around. I want to just give you some love, but first I want to give you a little criticism. I need to see that stuff more than a day beforehand. When did you have your annual report done?
2 weeks ago.
How come we only saw it yesterday?
Yeah, and I don't know why the one that you have has 45 pages. It's only 12 pages long. I don't know. Yeah.
What the heck?
It's repeated. It's repeated over and over again. Because I kept seeing that same picture of Adam, and I'm like, really?
Yeah, the one on our website is fine.
I didn't get to it, but that's just a little.
No, I'm
there.
Yes. No, sorry. We're pretty good about our select board prep, but we lost track of time on this one.
And the other thing I wanted to say, just because it's my job to move everything along. So board, the there is sort of an ask tonight. For the last few years, as I remember it, we've always said, okay, thanks, go away. We're going to decide in January.
Yeah.
But my own personal comment about the funding is that just like at town meeting, I would have made a comment if I had had a chance that especially during these times, we kind of need all hands on deck. This organization has some good bandwidth to be able to help out, and they seem to be willing to bob and weave and fill in those spaces where they're needed. So I'm in support of the recommending to town meeting that we do $3 a person. We can be informal about it. I'm just reading the room, feeling like the rest of the board might want to vote now rather than wait. Ian?
I'd like to vote now rather than wait. And I just wanted to speak to, I'm glad you brought it up, Tim, the additional material that was brought to the board after the Friday deadline. I think while it was helpful to review, having Jennifer, Casey, and Adam here answering questions and having reviewed that it's actually 45 pages, that's not actually 45 pages and it's less. I don't think that we should delay it. And I think we should move forward tonight and vote on it.
Great.
Yeah, me too.
Daniel.
Yeah, I just want to remind regular select board watchers and irregular select board watchers that this money will not come out of the taxes.
Sure.
This is program income money, aka CDBG money. We've talked about that a lot tonight, which comes through the feds to the state to us and is a revolving loan fund.
Thank you, Daniel. Yeah.
They say anything that was untrue.
You
No,
nailed
you did not.
All right.
And a good reminder, it's something that we have access to that many towns do not. Many towns do rely on tax money to support, I believe. Adam, you can nod if okay. So it's a luxury that we should take advantage of, in my opinion. I do want to just let Gary say something. Gary is raising his hand, and I think you're.
I got a little confused listening to you. I'm sorry, Tim. I thought you said CBD money. I'm totally.
Maybe.
Sorry, Gary. Didn't mean to do that out loud.
So, but I have to give definitely kudos and Excelsior to Adam, Jennifer, and with Casey. I've noticed on a lot of businesses now, and I'm going to wrap this up real quick, that are now reinventing themselves because a lot of businesses went out to do to-go stuff. Have you noticed a upscale with a lot of people coming to you now doing like their own personal things like farm to families? I don't know if that's down this way. I still think it's up in the Northeast Kingdom. And when we had the COVID, we had other people that were reinventing themselves. Is that also a case that people are coming to you saying, hey, we need to open up our own, like not a geek squad, but a food squad? We want to get out there and start bringing things to the people, because like with this COVID situation, and maybe in the near do well, that there's something that they might keep because it seems to work pretty well in the years to come. What's your thought on that?
Yeah, absolutely. So much so that as we start to plan the Southern Vermont Economy Conference or Summit for next spring, that's exactly a topic. So many amazing things have happened where people have had to, by necessity, reinvent the way in which they deliver their product, the way in which they engage their customers. We're going to highlight a bunch of really successful folks from the region who've done that, and really just encourage everyone to continue to think of ways in which to do that, even when a pandemic does not require it. So that's a great point, and we'll look forward to really highlighting a lot of those folks.
Thank you, sir.
I just want to chime in and say it's one of the things that you can't see about what we're doing, that we're actually trying to shape how things are being, so we kind of, the RevTo program, we really wrote that with a couple of other RDCs and really, helped design something. Now, the state gave a great framework, but we're trying to respond to what we're seeing out there and help shape relief programs, or the way we're administering CDBG. We're sort of, pushing the limits of how much those dollars can be used for pivot. And exactly what you're talking about. We're helping someone buy a food truck next week, and so
awesome.
that's exactly the kind of thing that we are really trying to push on. What's the resources that are coming into the region to adapt them to what we're actually seeing out there.
And these are questions just telling them, don't, you know, close up. What are the ways that, you know, consulting them, saying there might be other ways you can do this without closing up, because as you can see, businesses are shutting down. Maybe they can do, but there's many reasons for that. But I'm, like I said, I don't want to keep you too long, because that's just a question that I was, you know, thinking about. And then people can mirror that and say, hey, this seems to be working well. Maybe we should continue doing this. And then that'd be something for other people coming in and moving into the town and investing in that. So that might be a vested that we might want to think about too, and consider maybe a different committee too with that.
Gary, please, anytime, reach out, and I'd be happy to chat with you offline.
Absolutely. I got a lot of ideas up here.
Yeah.
Gary needs another committee.
I'm running out. Thank you guys. Stay safe.
Thank you.
Bye, Gary.
Okay. So, yeah, are we going to move on this board?
You too.
That's your job now.
Whose job? My job?
Oh, someone's job. That's not the chair.
Oh.
I got it right here. I move to place on the representative town meeting warning the funding of $36,147, a contribution of $3 per person based on a population of 12,049 people, from program income to Southeastern Vermont economic development strategies.
Thanks, Daniel. Daniel's made a motion to place on RTM town meeting warning the funding of $36,147, which is equal to $3 a person based on that population, which may be out of date by now, from program income to Southeastern Vermont economic development strategies. All those in favor, board members, please raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And that's 5-0. Okay, congratulations, and thank you so much for your time
Thank you
and
so much.
report.
Thank you very much.
Call us anytime.
For the work you're doing.
Yeah, thank you.
You all.
Thank you all.
Take care.
Okay, board. We are 40, maybe 50 minutes off of my.
You're not letting go of that, huh?
Nope, not letting go.
Alrighty then.
We can make up the time.
So Oscar has 10 minutes to. Just kidding. Next, we have an energy committee proposal to consider.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Oscar. Yeah. Did I show you my new mic, Oscar?
Oh my
yeah,
God.
is it mine? Is it the same kind? What do you?
It's a oh
Do
god.
the close talking thing, Tim.
It's a blue. It's a Yeti blue.
That's a good very fancy.
Which all the kids like.
Hold it right up.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll talk more about that offline. We'll have a mic session. So I'll
Oscar's
try and be
holding
quick.
his time.
Okay, hold on for a second, Oscar. Who's going to be joining you at the table, we say?
Millicent, Django, and Steven Dotson. Django, I think, is DESI in the chat.
Yep.
Hi, Django.
My name's Desi. I don't really know why, but
Wait, you're not Django?
No, his
Yeah,
name
no,
in the
no, I
is
am.
whatever this is called. Zoom.
Whatever works for you works for us.
I don't know why.
And you have one other person, possibly.
Steven Dotson. We'll be quick.
Oh, we know him.
We do know.
No, we're not. I'm not. I was making a joke. It's not your fault, and we want to give you
I don't
time.
need to be quick. You're fine. Yeah.
Okay. Just let me know when we're good.
Whenever Steven.
You're good, and we'll let Steven just join.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Oh, we hear you. Okay.
Okay, so I'm Oscar Heller, Chair of the Energy Committee. I'm going to speak, as is Millicent Cooley and Django, two other members of the committee, and then Steven Dotson, the Sustainability Coordinator. So we are recommending to the board that Brattleboro adopt the emissions goals in the document. If you'd like, I can read them out quickly for people watching. Daniel's nodding. Okay. So basically, it's a 2-page document, but the goals are just that we commit to a 26% reduction of our 2005 emissions by 2025. And this is townwide, not just municipal government. 40% reductions from 1990 levels by 2030, 80% reduction from 1990 levels by 2050, and carbon neutrality by 2050 as well. If those sound very arbitrary, we didn't choose them. They are the ones established by the Global Warming Solutions Act that was just recently passed by the Vermont legislature. So that's where those numbers come from. Because that act applies to the whole state, it's something, those numbers are numbers we will have to reckon with at some point or another, since we're part of Vermont, and we think it would be better to get a head start on that planning, and it serves as a good benchmark for choosing some goals of our own. So yeah, I mean, everyone here believes in climate change, understands climate change. I'm not gonna belabor things with a lecture on that. I just wanna say that this is important stuff, and the longer we wait on taking action, the harder things get. You know, I think if COVID taught us one thing, it would be that sometimes the cure is way more expensive than the prevention would have been. And sometimes COVID has also taught us you don't have access to the cure.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that applies to climate change with a vengeance. And if you've read the whole proposal document, you'll note that we're only talking about goals. There is no mention of implementation here. And that's intentional, and we think it's important. This is a problem that's gonna take creative thinking, strategic thinking, and that's the next step. We want to establish the goals with this proposal and then use that as a foundation to go forward. We're also not asking, nor would we recommend, nor will we ever ask that the town write, you know, a big blank check that will end climate change. That's obviously not realistic. It wouldn't be smart. It's not what we want. But the town, when it comes together, establishes a goal, puts its full energy behind something, town government and the community has resources that individual people and organizations don't have. It has the power to, you know, motivate, organize, educate in sort of a different level than just individual groups and people. So that's what we're asking for. We've tried to find a good middle ground with these goals and something that is a good starting point. Nothing about these goals means we shouldn't try to exceed them. We definitely should, but we also want to be realistic about what we can do. And so, yeah, thank you for having us on the agenda and listening to us. And I'm going to turn it over to Millicent.
Hi, everybody. Wanted to mention the Vermont Act. You know, we decided we feel it's important that we have goals so that we hold ourselves accountable. But why these goals? And we think it makes sense to align with what the Vermont state is doing. The state has just passed this law in September. They really probably can't do it without the community, local communities getting on board. And the fact that the state has these goals will make it easier for us to accomplish them. In other words, having goals that are aligned can help us really get started. So we think it makes a lot of sense. We don't adopt these goals, or else, you know, more ambitious ones, then we don't have any goals at all. So we're trying to get everybody on board. And if we think that if there's official support for having these goals, that it's going to really help everybody in the community focus and work together. So, and I'm going to hand it over to Django.
Welcome. Or you might have to get sent a little.
Django needs to be unmuted. Yep.
There you go.
Thank you to whoever unmuted me and Millicent. My name is Django Grace. Evidently, I'm on the Energy Committee. I'm not talking as a youth tonight. I'm talking as Django Grace, a member of Brattleboro. And I just want to say I'm behind these goals because I think that, like Oscar said, like if the select board committed to these goals, that wouldn't be the select board saying this is a solution to climate change. Rather, the select board would be opening a door to tons of other solutions, or like building a springboard. And I'm not here because I'm invested in building that springboard or like opening the door. I'm here because I want to go into that room or jump off that springboard. Like, I'm excited to move forward into the future. These goals for me, the way I see them, were like aiming at the target. So like these goals are like us lining up for the shot. I don't want to sound militaristic, but we're lining up for the shot and we see the target with this goals. And whenever people set goals, like, you know, it's like we've taken a bunch of different aims. I think that is crucial that these goals, I feel like these goals are a good aim. And I think they have to be the last time we aim. So I trust these goals. These are from the Paris Accords. They are written by scientists from all over the world. Many other countries have already adopted them. I feel comfortable and like confident in these goals. I think that this is the last time that we look at that target and say, okay, this is how we're going to get there. Not how we're going to get there, but we are going to get to that target. And now we need to start shooting for the target. So I think that if we can adopt these goals, we're going to set up that aim and that shot, and that has to be the last time. And then that's really when we're going to start trying to get to that target. Thank you.
Thanks, Django.
I've been unmuted. I don't. Stephen?
The pressure is on.
Oh, well.
Okay.
Hi, everybody.
Unmuted. Hi, Stephen.
Hey, Stephen.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
First of all, I just want to express gratitude for being able to work with the people you just heard from. I get a little emotional sometimes when I hear these voices from the community, but my point is that this is all working in concert, and this is following up on everything that we've talked about before around cow power, around all the things that have come up. Even within cow power, we were swimming within goals. Is it about renewable energy? Is it about locally sourced energy? Is it about carbon neutrality? All these were kind of up in the air. We're trying to hammer it down in one specific way that we know the rest of the state is headed in. I'll be clear, this is not enough, right? There will never be enough to be sustainable. As I've kind of talked about before, the idea that you can sustain is only a temporary idea. You can sustain for so long. There's always an end point, right? But this is the move in the right direction. This puts me in a position as a staff person to say to the state, look, we're aligned with your goals. We're trying to do the right thing. We're achieving them in this, that, and the other ways. Please give us the funding that I just wrote the grant for, right? And that's the point of this moment. One thing I want to make sure we understand is that this is not exclusive to how power and emissions are just put out. This is also about food and our managed lands and how we can sequester carbon, right? This is a carbon proposal coming from the Energy Committee that will require the Conservation Commission and others to really pitch in and figure out how we neutralize the equation. So as long as we understand that all parts of this and all pieces of our economy are actually to benefit, there's more money in saving the world in this way than there is in wrecking it. This is the right track. I'm happy to see this proposal be strengthened, improved, or whatnot, but we can do that at any point in the future. And at the bare minimum, I would say we need to be in line with the state right now. And then if there are questions about how we get there, I'm happy to work with people to identify, you know, from a research and evidence-based framework, what it will take and what we have in a unique asset, you know, analysis to get there. So in the end, I think it's a modest proposal. And you've heard people say that's not radical enough for them. So I hope you see that we're really trying to tread in the mean of understanding what the real solutions are, where we have impact, and what our role is in this moment.
Thank you. I think that's it for us. I mean, we'd love to take questions, but that is the end of our formal presentation.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure the board has questions. Brandy has a hand up.
Hi, thank you all for that presentation. Stephen's right, it's a modest proposal. And there are people that are going to say it doesn't go far enough, and I'm one of those people. However, I'm gonna just only speak for myself when I speak about party or anything like that, but as a person who's a leftist, it's a daily reminder to myself that we have to start somewhere, that we cannot let perfect get in the way of good, because that's not how progress is made. And so I'm in support of this. I think it's the exact right thing to do as the bare minimum. We all know, or those of us who are a little more radical know how much more needs to be done. And if I can speak directly to Django, that's going to be more important for you to know than for most of us. It's always good to understand a compromise. It's always good to understand a launch pad. Never let that stop you from pushing and kicking against the edges. We're going to need that, and we're going to need that from you. So I support this. I'm in favor of it, but I want you to stay fierce.
Oh, I'm going to be kicking.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Other members? Ian.
Yeah, okay, so I think Oscar, I'm probably talking to you. I think it makes a lot of sense to have a new goal and direction for the Energy Committee. That the last one that you guys are referencing is 2002. It makes sense to update it. I think what I want to kind of get into a little bit is the numbers, and I don't know if I fully understand it, so I kind of want to ask you a couple questions. And
Sure.
So, as I understand it, as you have in the proposal, you're parroting the goals from the Global Warming Solution Act, and we're setting that goal in Brattleboro. I went back and looked at the language again. It's not really explicit in your proposal whether you're saying you want to reduce like 26% reduction of 2005 emissions by 2025 of Brattleboro, or is this in support of the 26% reduction of the 2005 emissions by 2025 of Vermont's total emissions? So I think that's my first question. Are you applying the state goal specifically to Brattleboro's emissions? And then I think if your answer is yes to that, then my question would be, is that actually the point that we're going to have to face those numbers anyway? Does that actually make sense? So let's say Vermont's, like, if we're looking at Vermont's total emissions, would that not be, if we're trying to reduce them by 26% for each individual town, wouldn't those reductions, couldn't they be different to get Vermont to that 26%? And if that's the case, do we want the goals that the Energy Committee are setting for Brattleboro to be more Brattleboro specific? And I guess that's a lot there, and I can clarify for you if you need me to.
Should I? Is it my turn, or how does this work?
I think
I'm asking.
Oscar, you're being interrogated, as we say.
Okay, yes. Sorry if it was unclear. That's a good question. Yes, it is taking the state's numbers and applying them to Brattleboro. So yes, that's the answer to your first question. The answer to the second question is that, yes, you are probably right that if you broke down the emissions distributions by town across Vermont, of course it's going to be unequal. You're definitely right about that. So in a sense, we are using the state's goals as, you know, a rough guide for goals that we think generally make sense and will generally align us with what the state is doing. I had one objection to this proposal from someone I talked to who said, basically, well, these numbers are arbitrary. How do you know these numbers are right? Or where did you, any numbers we pick at this stage are sort of going to be arbitrary to a degree. I don't think there's a huge reason to think that the per capita emissions would be so different between, you know, even Brattleboro and Burlington, that it's worth maybe the information cost of all the work we would have to do to figure out the numbers before we even got around to setting the goals, if that makes sense. That's where I'm at. I mean, this is going to be kind of a a rough and ready process anyway. We're going to be doing a lot of estimating. And so for me personally, that's not a deal breaker, but does that
And could
answer
I speak
what
to
you're
that,
asking?
Oscar? Would you mind? I'm
Sure.
sorry. I don't mean to jump in.
Yeah. If you're adding on to Oscars, and then Liz had her hand up.
Yeah, indeed, because this comes down to data availability and the way we compute things. And the key point that I would make is just that no matter how we split the difference in progress, whether it's, you know, our portion of Vermont's overall load or, you know, reducing our in-house percentages, carbon neutrality is the goal, right? That's the end line. And that point is kind of the real piece that we started from by discovering the 2002 resolution. Really, a lot of my work has been trying to build the institutional memory around what is our commitment to energy, what are our goals, and trying to pursue them. And so, you know, we set a goal in 2002. It had no end date. It had no deadline by which we were going to hold ourselves accountable. And now all this is doing is putting us on the same timeline and the same deadline as the rest of the state. I'm happy to measure it in different ways for you all, especially as the fellow who will be gathering a lot of the data. I think percentage-wise, focusing on, you know, our own ability to look at our footprint and neutralize that within itself, regardless of the state, is, from my own perspective, the most important. But to reach the state goals, of course, they may measure differently, right? But we need to meet our own goals, and that's what I would hope we would set, our own goals.
Liz.
So, you know, the town of Brattleboro is so different from the state. And a dense town like ours is so very different from where you are, Stephen, in Putney. You know, I mean, the problem with, you know, people who live less densely is transportation, which is a big carbon emitter. So I think you do need to spend some time kind of coalescing around a number that's more appropriate for Brattleboro, because A, that's the way we like to do things in Brattleboro, but B, I think we'd be doing ourselves a disservice to just cookie cutter the state's goals onto ours. The other thing that was concerning me, though, and this is a question for Stephen, is, you know, when you came to us with a report from the past, however many months, COVID months, COVID changed your work dramatically. So I don't quite see how hitching yourself to this wagon is going to allow you the flexibility that you've had thus far. You know, you need to view sustainability in Brattleboro as you see fit, and you know, you had so much flexibility with COVID to follow down the avenues of food security or whatever, you know, agriculture. If you hitch yourself to this wagon, won't you be hamstringing yourself to do the work that you want to do?
I think I just view it differently in a fundamental way, maybe. I have always believed that I have to respond to the community need as far as I can distill it. And I have certain groups that help me distill that in certain ways. And the Energy Committee is perhaps the most central and important of those groups as the public body and, you know, the citizen body. I have had to respond in this COVID era in ways that are emergent and which are not written into the job description, you know, in explicitly. What I would tell you is that I believe this proposal actually supports everything that I've been doing in terms of the relocalizing and the ability to actually shrink our carbon footprint. I think COVID has woken us up to new ways of approaching that and doing that. And I think we're pursuing that through co-beneficial changes to the systems that maintain our basic ways of life: food, housing, our main street. You know, we were talking about Everyone Eats. That is tremendous in its ability to change that equation and reach neutrality. And that's where I keep trying to focus, is on those solutions that have those co-benefits. So in my mind, it's not so much my choice as to whether or not I hitch myself to the wagon of the Energy Committee. I staff them. I follow the citizen voice of the Energy Committee, and I'm grateful that they are keeping a focus on climate and energy in this time when it's hard to bring that into the conversation in this moment, right? But it is central to solving the equity issues that we're facing, to solving the inequity and the disparity between how COVID is affecting everyone. All these things have to do with how we manage natural resources and how we structure all of our way of life on a hyper-local level. There's a lot we can do there to make this change to achieve these goals. So I'm happy to get on board with the Energy Committee's proposal, because I do see it as in line with everything I've been doing, and not so much that, you know, this is the banner to get behind to move my work in any one direction or another. It's how do we measure how far we're going in these goals. So, and I'm open to feedback on that. I understand it's a new position, and you know, we're trying to make it work for the town.
Wait, Django, do you want to go ahead and add something to that?
Yeah, I don't want to add to Stephen. Elizabeth said that we're kind of cookie cutting it from the state, which is actually not true. These are the same goals that are in the Paris Accord, and the Paris Accord is being enacted all over the world. So this is not specific to Vermont. This set of goals is everywhere.
Liz?
The Brattleboro Selectboard has already made a statement in compliance with the Paris Accord. Isn't that correct, Tim?
From what I understand, the 2002 resolution aligns us with, I have to scan through it, but Daniel.
Thanks. I mean, Liz is right. You know, I believe that this, I can't remember if Liz, you and I were on that board or not, but it was certainly pretty close to when we started.
Yeah.
And I myself, as part of like my work with 350, brought forward a resolution that, said that the town should tie itself to the state's comprehensive energy plan goals. And these things are overwhelmingly supported by the people of Brattleboro. I take a more kind of like pragmatic view of this, I guess. Right now, if the Energy Committee needs a set of goals to aim towards, and they are happy with these goals, and that will give us something to measure against, great. Is the goal more ambitious than that further down the road? Absolutely, yes. Have other people presented different numbers at different times? Yes. But if the Energy Committee is in agreement that these are good goals, then I am all for that, and get to work.
Oscar, what do you have?
Oh, various responses, which you are free to sanction or not.
Go for it. Go for it.
I just wanted, I think, Liz, your point about Brattleboro being different from the rural areas and also probably from the denser, like Burlington, very, very well taken. I think when I think about it, I mostly think about Stephen's point that no matter what goals you're setting, if the end goal is neutrality, then it's a graph that starts at the top and ends at the bottom. And the percentages along the way may be not a perfectly smooth slope because we're using goals from one place and applying them to Brattleboro, which may be different. But at the end of the day, the numbers can only be so off, right? Because the starting point is current emissions and the end point is 0. So that's something, I think your point's well taken. It's not something that I'm as worried about personally, but that's just where I'm at on that. And then for Daniel, the only thing, this would be a classic case of looking a gift horse in the mouth, but we're hoping that the select board will adopt these goals more than just saying, okay, energy committee, it's okay for you guys to do this. We're asking you to also take this on yourself and accept this as a priority. And so I'm not exactly sure which way you were going with that, but
I wasn't saying,
okay.
Okay, whatever you want. Like I'm saying, if these are goals that you're excited to get behind, then I support you in that whilst I'm on this board. And, let's get to it. We've been, I don't believe that we've done nothing.
Me neither.
I don't believe that we've made no progress towards whatever random goals we had in the past. But without some, well-defined thing to aim for, how do we know where we are? Anyway, I'm going to be quiet now.
I just wanted to jump in, but I didn't want to interrupt Oscar. So go ahead, Liz.
Well, I guess I just see this as symbolic. And I see, we've made several gestures. We've aligned ourselves with the Paris Accord in the past. We've hired a sustainability coordinator. And then the state of Vermont has passed this law that we will be mimicking. But I don't see actions. Before the sustainability coordinator position was defined, the town of Brattleboro had a plan to reduce emissions that they were acting on and spending millions of dollars and saving millions of dollars. And, that program is still ongoing. And I would have expected that there would be an additional set of measures that would be brought before the select board that says, we think that, as the sustainability coordinator and the energy committee combined, we've come up with these actions that the population of Brattleboro should do, that the town of Brattleboro should do, blah, 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 to reach these goals. Instead, we have another set of goals. And I don't get it. I don't see this getting us anywhere definitive towards sustainability. I think it's just symbolic.
I'm going to, just because I haven't spoken yet to the proposal, I'm going to just add on to that a little bit. I'm really confused because we keep talking about goals and these numbers of the reductions. Are they measurable?
Yes, indeed. And every town and region in Vermont will have to measure them. And part of what I've been advocating most recently is that we establish a common base for doing so. Our region is fortunate in that Chris Campany, the WRC head, was just appointed to the Climate Council, which will enact a lot of the policies and determine a lot of how that gets implemented. There are solutions that we need at the state level, at the legislation level, to do that measurement. I'll give you one example. If you're a fuel company, and I, as the sustainability coordinator, want to know how much oil is spent in Brattleboro, no oil company is going to tell me how much oil they're selling in Brattleboro. They have no incentive for doing that because the more we measure it, the more we manage it, and the less they sell. And there's nothing that requires them to report that to the state at this point. So this is one of those issues that we need a legislative requirement to actually access data to do that measurement, but we are actively working on achieving. So all of this is very possible, and in fact, it's necessary. So I think we're on track, and I think we are trying to develop all the things that you're speaking to, Liz, because you're absolutely right. We need to be working on all the cost savings that we can find for the town. And to that point, just so you know, I went through the wastewater treatment plant, every single major building with our liaison from Efficiency Vermont to identify what are the remaining items that we can do to minimize any inefficiencies. And we did identify some, but I want to lift up Paul Cameron in this moment because that guy did so much. And we did extensive auditing, and a lot of the buildings that now have any remaining efficiencies to achieve, they're on deck to be replaced. And so it doesn't make sense to replace the water treatment plant, the municipal center. They have major upgrades or replacements coming. So what we're looking at, just so you know, in terms of those efficiencies, has boiled down to automated lighting systems and control systems, thermostats to automate and bring down temperatures overnight. And that kind of, even LED replacements of compact fluorescent bulbs. That's the kind of thing we're identifying in every town building as much as we can. So it's all concurrent is what I would say. And for me, having a deadline is a great start, and it's not enough. So I appreciate your willingness to take whatever step forward tonight that you may feel is possible.
Okay, so those goals, these numbers have actual numbers behind them, right? The 26% reduction from 2005 emissions by 2025. The 2005 emissions have a number?
No.
Statewide, they do. As an
I
aggregate, but not as a Brattleboro municipality. But go ahead, Oscar, sorry.
Just to, for adopting these goals to have meaning, it has to be sort of, I want all our cards to be on the table in this discussion, right? And I think we've tried to do that in the document. I mean, it's certainly not our intention to just, to mislead or anything. We have no numbers for 1990. We don't have numbers for 2005. We don't have a method right now to measure yearly emissions by the entire town of Brattleboro, because that's what we're talking about. We're talking about residents. We're talking about commercial. We're not just talking about municipal government buildings. This is a huge challenge. It's one we are going to have to meet in the near future. So, and while we don't have any of these answers, we have all the resources. We are confident that the Energy Committee, Stephen, we have the resources we need to get the answers. We're starting to have those conversations. We're starting to, move forward, but we don't want to do that. It's going to be a ton of work, and we don't want to do that until we know that this is the path we're on. I think what we're asking for is to commit to a goal, and then the first step, much like we talked about with the sustainability coordinator process, the first step of approaching any big strategic task is that you are going to have to try and wrap your arms around it. And the first steps are going to be estimating those emissions baselines and developing the process for, at first, estimating town emissions, current town emissions, and slowly moving towards actual measurements as the tools become available via legislation, et cetera. We are not a year away. We're probably not 3 years away from just, some big Excel spreadsheet where we can output a report and show you where we're at. Maybe 3 years. 3 years would be good. But yeah, that's where we're at. But there's no way to progress towards these goals without doing these things And if we wait the 5 years it'll probably take for this to be sort of easily available through, you know, federal legislation, state legislation, for sort of plug and play for municipalities, we'll have lost 5 years. We will already be at 2025. And I just want to say real quick to Liz and also to Brandy, these goals, to Brandy, you know, these goals are not what I want. I think it needs to be something more. I'm very happy with the idea of a compromise and a starting point. So that's how we're framing this today. There's no reason we can't try to exceed these goals through, you know, community effort, individual effort. And then to Liz, I agree it's symbolic. If you are really bored and want to go back and watch a bunch of energy committee meetings from this year, you will find me being the one there saying, I don't care about goals. I don't care about, I just want to do stuff. Let's get into it. And we decided to take this one last step. I mean, the 2002 resolution, it's not really about townwide goals. It's more about municipal goals. You can sort of read it either way. Plant our flag one last time with the full buy-in of the select board, the community, and then have a baseline, never talk about goals again, sort of like Django was saying, and then just be free of this and get down to work. So that's, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my reaction to that is just, why don't we just full court press on doing actual real things that will improve our environment, everything that's within our control?
Definitely, I just think.
Rather than have, like, it's these goals that are not yet measurable or only measurable, as Stephen said, on a state level. And I think we should just get Molly Burke in here because she probably has some wisdom for us. I feel like I want the committee to come to us with things like, I mean, the real things we've done, like the solar site out at WSMD is an amazing thing that's been accomplished, right? Through a lot of partners. The improve the energy efficiency of town buildings, obviously, is something that we've been chipping away at, and encouraging the energy efficiency in various legal ways of other buildings that aren't within our control is good. Recommend different fuel sources, something else we've been discussing and trying to get done, right? Recommendations to our planning department as to how to increase density. I'm a big fan of that, as you know. You know, these feel to me like real things, whereas this feels like setting a goal that's so amorphous, it's just doesn't have any meaning whatsoever to me.
Can I respond real quick and then I won't talk for a long time? Is that?
Sure.
I just want to say, I agree. I would say I agree with you. I still think it's important to set, I think if you have a goal that can't be measured, then what will happen is we will slowly chip away at whatever low-hanging fruit comes our way, and we won't really know how much progress we're making towards the real issue. And I would say let's just set the goals, and then we will come back to you with nothing but actions. I just, you know, this was 3 months of wrangling and debate and community outreach and stuff like that, and it costs nothing to vote against it. It costs nothing to vote for it. Let's just plant our flag and move on. That's my final pitch.
Liz.
Well, I just think that Stephen already has this mandate. And I would just rather the effort be spent on, you know, his power to persuade and his power to, you know, the town, the municipal functioning as already turned towards sustainability in everything that we do. And that's clear. And, you know, Stephen is augmenting that, which is great. But I think, you know, what the symbolism of this goal is to get the whole community involved and to get the whole community to change their habits. And I think that that's the real work. And I don't see these symbolic actions as getting people to change their habits and to be more sustainable. And I just think it's symbolism without substance.
I just feel like the effort has been put in, right? We're not asking you to waste more time. If the time has been wasted, so be it. But if you think that Stephen already has this mandate and the goals are sort of already in everyone's hearts and minds already, then I don't see an objection to the goal. We're not asking for like a feasibility study to go away and study goals for 6 months. Anyway, I really will stop talking.
Gosh, I'll shut up. Stephen.
I just want to say, I think we all are saying a lot because we care a lot about this, which is good. And we're all trying to make it better. The piece, Liz, I really want to understand what you understand as the mandate for me, because there is a 2002 resolution, which came way before the Paris Climate Accords. And so it doesn't have any alignment with those goals or with the science that's attached to them. And
Well, I think you're missing
for
something,
me,
Stephen, because
oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
well, Daniel and I both recall that the Brattleboro Selectboard approved the Paris Accord, didn't we, Daniel?
I mean,
did.
there was definitely a request from the Energy Committee at the time.
And we did that.
Yeah.
So then maybe we're just reaffirming if the select board at that time meant that they were taking on the same goals as the Climate Accord in Paris and for our town, then I think we don't have to have any further discussion, because those are what the Global Warming Solutions Act is based on, and we can just move forward in that light.
I mean, you don't have,
I
your
have it in
mandate
front of
does
me.
not have a limit, you know? I mean, you're not supposed to bring the town of Brattleboro sustainable to a certain point and then stop.
No, agreed. So I can explain too
Right?
where this came from in my experience in that cow power question, just to as a case study, right? There arose 3 different goals. One came from our town plan, and it's very explicit that we're supposed to have 25% of our energy locally sourced, or at least in-state sourced, by 2025, right? Which is very hard for us to control in many ways. And then we became very interested in offsets and the possibility of neutralizing that equation. I'm sorry, I have a frog in my throat. And then at the same time, we were asking about cow power and how could we just fund renewable energy generally in our electricity. And so the question arose, are we trying to invest in local renewables, or is our concern actually going carbon neutral? And that's why I brought that question to the Energy Committee. I confronted cow power and I said, what is it that we're trying to achieve? And it was unclear to me. And so this is trying to clarify that. And if it's already clear, I apologize for wasting so much of our time. I'm happy to move forward with an understanding that this is already in place.
Daniel, I do have a very important
go for it.
document, but do you want to go first?
I'll make it real brief. I could care less what like the goal number says. If we're not making any action towards any of these millions of goals that we've adopted, then it's irrelevant. But, you know, having an ambitious goal that is informed by science on the matter that we're trying to reach is important. And we also need to be continuing to act to move towards that goal in the timeline. That's what I see the purpose of these things as. You know, it's like, here is where we're trying to get to by this date. You know, the state act, you know, that this comes from has a stick. You know, all of these goals up until now are just carrot, 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 but there's a stick in the state's Global Warming Solutions Act, right? It's like people can sue the state for the state failing to meet these goals, which is what made it kind of controversial. I don't see that in our goals, but we are in the state of Vermont, so I suppose we will be, you know, subject to that somehow. Anyway, I just, you know, I don't think that like it's completely irrelevant what our goals are, but I think that, you know, if even amongst this body of people here, we're not clear on what the goals are, it's hard to take action that you know is moving you towards those goals, other than in just some very kind of, you know, small way that we're not really measuring, right? The fact that we have so little reliable data to say this is where we were 10 years ago, 15 years ago, and this is where we are today, makes it really hard to have an informed conversation about that stuff. You know, I remember back in the, oh Lord, when I first went to energy committee meetings, I remember Lester Humphreys had a spreadsheet, right? And Lester's spreadsheet was based on some research that Paul Cameron had done. And some of the stuff was extrapolated and some of it was very much like just, they got a load of bills together and stuck those numbers together, but we have to have the data. And I'm hoping and expecting, really, I'm expecting that part of Stephen's work will be putting that data together. And the Energy Committee needs to have that data in order to measure their progress or not progress. We've seen in Vermont's emissions that we were doing all right. And then they actually went in the wrong direction pretty recently. That's it's important to have numbers, because you know where you are, but like what we're striving towards in terms of, when we will reach carbon neutrality, I don't know. I have a 1-year term on the Brattleboro Selectboard. I will do what I can to reach carbon neutrality between now and March, but
it's also a rabbit hole we probably don't want to go down.
Yes.
Do you mind if I read this?
No, please go for it.
So Brandy and I must have been on this board.
Yeah,
right?
we were.
This is the resolution passed on 9/19/17. It's September 19th, 2017. So that's a little over 3 years ago. Brattleboro should do its part to achieve or exceed the goals of the Paris Climate Accord and the Vermont Comprehensive Energy Plan. The Brattleboro Select Board commits the municipality to meeting these goals for greenhouse gas reduction and renewable energy adoption, and asks every household, organization, and business in town to do the same. We commit to joining those state, national, and international initiatives that best represent the intent of the Paris Climate Accord, and request that the Energy Committee track and inform us concerning appropriate options for us to sign onto. That's the resolution, and it now occurs to me that that happened right after Donald Trump said we were pulling out of the Paris.
Oh, yeah.
That was the response. So that does tie to specific things, and whether or not those specific things still align with the current thinking of the board is another question. But what I was concerned about is when I was looking at the 2002, I was like, well, wait a minute, what about what we did? And then I thought I was imagining it because so much has gone on between 2017 and tonight. So,
well, I just think it's disturbing that the Energy Committee and the Sustainability Coordinator didn't know that.
Well,
did they not? May I? Dates.
I think what we just heard, if I could, Tim, I'm sorry.
Sure.
You're asking us to inform you on further commitments to enacting the Paris Climate Accords in that resolution. And we are now telling you of the Global Warming Solution Act, which is the statewide commitment to enact the Paris Climate Accords, and we're trying to get our town in line. And so as far as I'm concerned, I'm sorry if it feels redundant, but I think we're operating in spirit of that resolution in trying to hold us accountable to it.
Maybe Molly popped up for a moment. Does anybody want to hear from Molly if she can?
I'd love to hear from Molly.
I do.
Yeah.
Maybe she can explain the numbers to me better. I'll feel.
Start my video.
Hi, Molly. We can see and hear you.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. Interesting conversation. I'm here to give strong support to this proposal. This is something, and I worked with Paul Cameron in 2002. He did an incredible amount of work, and it's interesting to read that resolution from 2002. I think that the Global Warming Solutions Act passed the House, as you probably remember. We overrode a veto, 105 votes in September, and it basically, we have had goals for a number of years. We have the comprehensive energy plan, and then we realized that our emissions are actually going up. So we put the goals in statute. This proposal is not asking the town of Brattleboro, you know, that somebody can bring a suit against the town of Brattleboro for not meeting these goals. It's just setting a standard that I think could be inspiring to people, and it doesn't really conflict with what projects you want to do. These are our goals. Hey, we can do this. And I just want to read a little bit from the duties of the council, because the council, which is just starting its work now, 23 members, is going to identify, analyze, and evaluate strategies to reduce greenhouse gas emissions to the required levels and to build resilience to prepare the state's communities, infrastructure, and economy to adapt to the effects of climate change. And I think that's a really important part of this whole conversation, is not only reduce emissions, but also the whole resilience aspect of it, which we really need to think about. And also the economic benefit of doing things. Been having a lot of conversations in the legislature about this, and in the Climate Solutions Caucus, we just had a retreat yesterday about the equity issues and the, you know, if you can help people, we have a program, say, for help low-income people getting to better mileage cars. So if you can do that, you're cutting emissions, but you're also helping people lower their transportation costs. And I think that's another part of this whole conversation is that there can be an environmental benefit and economic benefit, and particularly benefit for low-income people. So I just think that it would be wonderful to have the headline, the town of Brattleboro is going along with what the state is doing. And we are committing to this. And it's not symbolic, because you're all going to be working on different things to do that. And yet you've got this goal of not just let's do this, this will help that. How can we measure this? Also, I think that the council is going to identify the means to measure greenhouse gas emissions and the effectiveness of different aspects of the plan that they come up with. So you could be working hand in hand with the state on this issue. And that's also, I think, really exciting. So I think that's, and I think the town can be a leader for citizens, encouraging citizens to do their part and to save money. You know, if you can get in this weatherization program, SeVEDS has a lot of great weatherization programs. We're hoping to put more money into weatherization. You can save money, etc. So I think it's really a win for everybody.
Molly, can you stay on for a second? Just
sure.
So Brattleboro is part of Vermont. Last time I checked.
Some people don't think so.
It's sort of like Massachusetts, isn't it, down here?
Super blue Vermont. Sell me on the idea that Brattleboro passing the same resolution within the same jurisdiction that you're a part of the governing body of is a necessary step or will spur something. What is that sales piece that you have for me that means, is your goal for every single town to pass a similar resolution, just supporting what has already been passed in their town, essentially on the state level?
Well, I think it's supporting the work of the state, but also, I mean, saying that these are our goals as well, and we're going to do our part to do them. I mean, we have the goals in the state. How are they going to get done if people in communities don't?
Well, I think Brattleboro already leads
in
showing real things that we do.
Well, then, you know, I don't see that. I mean, I think the goals and the actions just work together. I mean, it's not like, I guess I'm having a hard time understanding why having the goals is problematic. That's all.
Well, I think the goals are problematic. I kind of have a personal problem, and I refer to the rabbit hole of carbon neutrality and the issue of carbon credits, which is sort of a huge sticking point in my brain. But I'd rather we didn't go down that rabbit hole. And then, so I was just trying to understand how real the goals are, how measurable the goals are, so that I could support them. In a way, the state's passing of that act does put something there that's more concrete because of the legal aspect, right? Which has probably been overblown in the media, et cetera.
But you can't sue the state. I mean, it just basically, if somebody could bring a suit and say the plan wasn't good enough, you need to develop a better plan, or you need to implement the plan better. You know, it's not like you're going to sue the state for millions of dollars or anything like that.
Gotcha. Right. So that was.
But isn't that how VPERG works? People give lawsuits for not meeting environmental goals and they get damages?
Well, in this particular, my understanding is in this particular Global Warming Solutions Act that's the action that can be taken. There was a lot of discussion. The action that can be taken is just to like, for instance, with the Lake Champlain water quality issue too, there were things like you just have to come up with a better plan, or you have to come up with money to deal with it in the Lake Champlain issue. So you can't, it's not going to be suit for monetary damages is what I'm saying. And you're not asking the town of Brattleboro to holding you to the Energy Committee is not asking the town to hold these goals. And if you don't meet the goals, you have to meet them. It's just setting aspirational goals is my interpretation. And aspirations, I think, are helpful and good and can be not only aspirations, but inspirations.
So Millicent, you want to go? And I just thought we'd throw it out to the public, and then we have to kind of somehow.
Yeah, I'm curious about. I understand why Elizabeth and Tim, you want more actions out, and you want specific things from the Energy Committee. That's totally understandable. I don't understand, however, why you seem to think that these goals aren't good as well. I mean, we could do actions and we can do goals. Why not have goals?
Liz?
Well, if you put yourself in the select board shoes, when this issue comes up, we don't see a lot of action. I don't want to be like Elvis, but a little less conversation and a little more action would be appropriate in this regard. Because, you know, I'm continually seeing symbolic gestures rather than concrete actions.
Right, that's not my question. I do understand why you want to see action. I just don't understand why you don't want to see goals.
Because that's all we see. You know, we were told when we hired a sustainability coordinator that that actions would follow. But it's more symbolic. You know, we had the thing in 1987, and then 2017, and then 2019, and now this, and none of them are as far-reaching as the sustainability plan that the town of Brattleboro already had for its municipal functions. That's what I mean.
And Tim, is that the same for you?
My biggest problem is that they're super squishy, and it contains one that really bugs me. So it might be something I'd feel differently about it if we dropped the carbon neutral. But I don't want to get into a horse trading situation. I'm trying to respect the opinion and desire of the committee. So I'd rather just hear from a few more folks, and if it's okay with the board, we'll vote or not vote. But this is a budget meeting tonight, and I wanted to beat a budget at 9 p.m. And so I don't know, maybe we should come back to it, but do you want to hear from Franz and Gary? And
I'll let it hands up for a while.
I was ready to vote 20 minutes ago.
Franz, do you want to chime in?
Yeah, I do. Am I on?
You're on. Welcome.
Okay. Well, I don't follow the Energy Committee that closely, so I haven't really heard about this issue before. But I'll speak frankly and say I'm troubled by the reaction of the board to a proposal from the Energy Committee. And what I see, I mean, what I feel like when I'm listening to this as relative newcomer to it is an undermining of what's a citizen committee. I'm a little bit shocked that you wouldn't, okay, so goals, you're not crazy about the goals, fine. But why put people into position of doing a lot of work on behalf of the town, and then when they bring you something that I think at worst is innocuous, what kind of harm are you anticipating from this? And, having been on a town committee, if I got this kind of reception, I'd be very, I don't know how I'd react. I would think like, wow, well, they clearly don't care what I do. And whatever your issue with Stephen is, I don't know that either. But I would suggest that acting, putting down the committee as a way of addressing the position of sustainability coordinator, it makes the committee kind of roadkill in that process. So, I mean, that's what I have to say. This whole discussion to me is a mountain out of a molehill, and it just makes sense. Okay, we got some goals, and they align with the state goals. Maybe they make grant writing a little bit easier. I don't know. I can't evaluate that stuff just based on listening to one meeting, but I don't see any harm in passing this thing. And, I just have this feeling there's this other agenda going on, and it's not being stated openly, and I think it's destructive.
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't feel
I felt that too. I got to be honest. It's been a very uncomfortable last 20 minutes where it really did feel like that.
feels to me like people are arguing tactics, and I certainly want to say that
I mean, I don't think everybody's arguing. I'm going to be honest. This has been like literally, I'm not sure it's been the most productive 30 minutes of our lives. I'm just going to throw it out there.
Fine. Gary.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, hi guys. I like to say I worked along with Paul Cameron back in the days. True pioneer. He was a great visionary, and he got a lot of things done. We used to sit at the round table. I was on that committee, and we got out there and got things done. But we have to also remember that was a different time. The way things were being done, and these times are different legislation, different things getting done. So I think taking a step back and looking at just not what he did and incorporating that with this, if we truly believe that he was doing the same thing, trying to get Brattleboro on the forefront, or as an example or a shining star and a leader on getting this done, then any other county or any other city can do this. But for us to do this would prove that this is something that needs to be done, and setting that example rather than us dissecting it, if you know what I mean. Does that make any sense? And just saying, hey, look, this is, I look at it not just as a goal, but it's a phase. Phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Phase 1, this is the ground setting. This is the seed planted. This is what needs to be done. Phase 2, then we have to see where it's going to take us, because we don't know what next year, what far as legislative and all that is concerned, and what's going to happen. But, you know, we have these people here, the team that came together, took time, brainstormed this, and came together and really wanted to say, hey, look, we think this is going to work. If we don't have trust and faith in their abilities to do this and produce it and make it happen, I mean, there's an old saying, you got to break a few eggs and make an omelet, then I don't know which direction you want to go with this. We can have next meeting and the next meeting by next year, you know, we will have to be at some point, or by that time we'll probably be doing it in Desi's time. So that's the thing, that's the thought that you want to think about when you're really, you know, thinking on how to go in which direction with this. And then just look within yourselves and say, is this something that really we need to just give it a try, see how it works? Yeah, maybe a lot of goals, but, you know, without the action alongside with, how they say, faith without works doesn't work at all. So this, you got to have faith in these guys and believe in them, you know, that what they're doing is true to heart and they mean the best for what's for the community. Thank you.
Thanks, Gary. Kurt. And then we should take a break. I mean, very soon after that.
Hi, everybody. I just want to say I think the quality of the discussion is very good. I'm learning, I feel I'm learning something from you all, and that's it. I think you're doing a good job. I don't understand France's comments about hidden agendas and so forth. I don't think you are being rude or unfair to the committee. You just taking, some of you are taking a more critical view than the others, but I think that's fair. You're not supposed to blanketly accept everything. Anyway, my mind is changing back and forth. It's a very interesting and difficult, but a productive debate. Thank you.
Daniel.
I would love for us to vote on this and then take a break.
Okay.
We have a busy next several weeks. There's no need to kick this down the road any further.
We have all the things.
Is that the mood of the rest of the board?
Yes.
Yeah, can I ask one question?
Sure, of course.
No, and I really appreciate all of the discussion. I've been listening really carefully. I'm curious if, with the discussion, Oscar, that you referenced over the last couple of months in drafting this, if like having, for example, putting in a goal for the number of years until like we have a complete set of data on the admissions and like that you were referencing and like how many years it's going to take. Was that number something that you guys were thinking about putting into this as well? Or was that never something that was part of the discussion? It's more just like to be in alignment with this state act.
We didn't really consider that. I think we wanted to keep things simple, and the directive in the goals to match against emissions baselines, to me, sort of implicitly, you know, the number one thing you have to do to start working on these goals is establish that baseline. So
get the numbers. Yeah, you have to get them to be able to meet any of these things anyways. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Before we go to an action, I wanted to just say one thing, and I want to make it clear that I was not intentionally bashing any work that the committee has done. I forget the word that Franz used. I'm upset that that was the impression that he got. I believe that what we're talking about is tactics, and some of us don't believe that unclear goals do any good. I also want to make a comment that recently somebody in our community wrote a letter saying that there are at least members of this board or the board in general are climate deniers. And I want to say that that was offensive and not the type of community spirit that we should be having this conversation in. Thank you. We need to take a break. So what would you like to do, Daniel?
I can rustle up a motion if you fancy.
Can we take a break first?
What's that?
Can we take a break first? Okay. No, go ahead.
You know, it'll take 2 seconds. I move to adopt the goals of the Global Warming Solutions Act as set forth in the Brattleboro Energy Goals Proposal dated October 1st, 2020. Is that good enough?
Whatever Peter says.
Except I I missed your first part of your.
He said,
adopt.
I move.
Yeah, it was I move. And then to adopt, it's just from the backup material.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe it's a proper motion in that it's you adopting what you were asked to adopt, and you cite the document in which you were asked to adopt it.
Great. Yeah, I just lost all my documents. Daniel has made a motion to adopt the proposal as presented. All those in favor, raise your hand, say aye.
Aye.
It's 5-0.
Excellent.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
We are going to take a break until 10:15, and then we have to get to budget. Okay, we're back. We are now to FY22 proposed budget.
Yes, may I?
Please, Peter. Thank you.
Yeah. So some of you, Select Board particularly, have budget notebooks. For you, please turn to the operating budget tab. For folks who are following along at home and using the information that's on the website, we're going to be speaking first to the information in the FY22 proposed budget as distinguishable from the budget message and from the budget summary. This is actually the 19-page line item budget document that we'll be spending some time on in the next probably 20 minutes or so, I would guess, going over the revenues. And then later in this discussion, before we're done tonight, we'll move on to another section of the budget documents to talk about capital requests. Okay, so we're going to look at the first 4 pages of that 19-page document. And I'm going to, particularly given the hour, focus on the items that are changing from last year's budget to this year's budget. If you have a question about any of those or about any other aspect of the town's, the proposed revenues, the department heads who oversee the departments that have revenues in this budget are in this meeting and available to answer questions that you might have that I might not be able to answer. But starting at the top of page 1, the second line is investment income. And you can see that we're expecting a $70,000 decline, a very large decline in investment income, going down from $100,000 to $30,000. That's an educated guess. There's a lot of variables there that could help this turn out better. It's a conservative number. But as of right now, we think it's a realistic number because interest rates went so low during COVID, and we have no way of knowing how they're going to bounce back. We had done really well. You'll recall, especially those of you who were on the board who made the decision a couple of years ago, you can see when you look back at the difference between 18 and 19 that we made a decision to take some of the town's funds that are, we stay in very liquid, right? We're in very safe, very liquid investments. It's basically a commercial version of a savings account for the town's funds, because the last thing we would ever do with public money is put it at risk. But there's a fair amount of that from all the different funds of the town that are pooled together in our bank account. There's more there than needs to be immediately available. And so a couple of years ago, we said, look, we could take $5 million of what I believe was about $12 million at the time, take $5 million and place it in an investment account that is going to earn more money for the town without putting that at risk. It's still fully collateralized. It's almost as fully liquid. And we can make a little bit better interest, which on that amount of money is real money that takes pressure off the tax rate. So the select board approved that we do that. We went through a competitive bidding process. We placed that $5 million at Brattleboro Savings and Loan. And we immediately saw a very positive impact from that investment. And it has stayed up there around $100,000, give or take a little bit because of the movement of the interest rates. Interest rates plunged we don't want to place a bet on them bouncing back up during this fiscal year, although we're talking about a period of time that's going to begin 6 months from now and end 18 months from now. So, you know, we're holding out hope that this number is going to end up being way lower than how we're actually going to perform. But that's a better place for us to be than to count on the $100,000 and not see those interest rates bounce back. And that's why we put it in at 30. In the current taxes line item, that's one that we talked a lot about during the budget overview a couple of weeks ago. That is the big number. That's the 81% of town budget revenues in the general fund. These are the property taxes. We're proposing that they go up by 2%, which is 2.7 cents increase. The two local option taxes are changing substantively. We also talked about this a fair amount a couple of weeks ago, so I'm not going to go back into all the details related to what happened during COVID, but suffice it to say that the meals and rooms tax took a hit, and we think it's going to take a while for it to recover. And meanwhile, the sales tax has done substantially better than what we initially projected. And so we're bringing that number up to what looks like a reasonable estimate, even during COVID, based on the performance this past year. So the actual numbers are dropping the rooms and meals tax from 440,000 to 385, and increasing the sales tax number from 630,000 to $825,000.
Do you want questions as we go?
Please, sure, okay. Jump in.
It was just an observation, I guess, for myself, and maybe the public might share it. Like, I'm looking at the fiscal year 21, 630,000 for the sales tax. And then I was like, oh, wait, that's the year that we're currently in.
That's correct.
We do not know how that is going to play out.
That's correct.
Okay.
So,
and like, I don't know, that maybe it's just late and my brain was like, oh, wow, yes.
No, actually, I think that's a really important point. So I'm sorry I didn't sort of give that 30,000 foot view. Let me take a minute to do that now. What you have in front of you, and you will, as we go through all the different aspects of, all 19 pages of this when we get into the expenditures on future nights, you have 4 years of actuals. So there's a good perspective on, how we've actually spent money and how we've actually collected money over a period of time. So you can see things, for instance, like what we talked about just a couple of minutes ago, about that when we made that decision to move the $5 million into an investment account at BSNL, how that directly impacted investment income at that time, right? And now we've got a different factor that's driving it down, at least for the short term. Mm-hmm. So, but the other thing that's right to the point of what you just mentioned is, because FY21 is the year we're in, because we don't know where we'll land, we're only a third of the way through that fiscal year. What we show for 21 is the current year's budget. So we're seeing actuals for the 4 prior years, the budget for this year, and then the proposed budget for next year.
Right. Right. Because I guess what I was thinking was like, oh, wait, did we go down so much in sales tax? No, we didn't. We don't know what the outcome of this fiscal year will be.
Right. And the 630 was that original estimate for what we thought would come in on that. We got actually $840,000.
Right.
So the 825 is meant to be, realistic without being aggressive.
Yep.
Okay. So that's it on that first page. And then if you go to page 2, the planning permit fees is the next one I wanted to speak to. We're showing a $10,000 decline. That's simply being realistic. You can see that the $30,000 is in line with what we have been collecting. We had, until this past year, we had $50,000 in that line item. We weren't coming close to it each year, so we dropped it to 40. We're still only collecting down around 25 or 30, so we've dropped it this year to 30. The employee contributions line item is increasing from 20,000 to 65,000. That's reflecting the first and second years of this 3-year contractual agreement we have with the 4 unions to have employees resume contributing a portion of the premiums for health insurance coverage. So that number is increasing because, you know, by this magnitude, because of the increase in the contribution rate from employees from 1% last year to 3% this year. You'll recall from our other conversations that the health insurance premiums are actually staying level, but the employees' contribution is increasing because their share of the premium is increasing. There's some very minor changes going on in the revenue accounts within the library, but you can see at the bottom line of the library section that those net out to no change. It's just a little bit of adjustment that STAR has made to more accurately reflect the reality of how certain items are being collected. The $120 increase in the fire tower rent, we usually try not to get that granular. We do rounding in most line items, but there are certain ones that we get this specific about because they are so calculable. This reflects the revenue that we receive from a lease for folks who are on our tower at the Central Fire Station. And that lease began at $6,000 last year and has a 2% annual increase clause. So it's going to be $6,120. And that's why it's shown that way. The solid waste revenues are new this year. Remember that they used to be off budget, and we only showed in the budget the amount of the expenditure that hit the budget as a transfer to cover the solid waste deficit. This year, we're showing all the revenues in solid waste, which are these $307,000, and all of the expenditures in solid waste, which will come up on the expenditures side when we get there on another night. The police budget is being mostly affected by the rental agreement with the reformer. So if you look down in the middle of this section, there's two line items. One is rental income and one is upfit reimbursement. The upfit reimbursement is finished. That was the reformer's 50% share of the cost of finishing that space. When we did the renovation of the building, the finish work within the space that's occupied by the reformer was split 50-50. And they had 4 years to pay us back their share. That's finished now, so that line item has gone to zero. Meanwhile, as you know, because only a month or 6 weeks ago you approved it, we have agreed to lower the rent to the reformer for the coming year. And so that's what's reflected there in the $28,000 going down to $18,000 for the rental income. And then up at the top line of that section, town ordinance is basically ticket revenue. It's the for the violations that are written by the police department, the revenue that is accrued in the town's general fund from the folks paying fines. And you can see that the $20,000, we had been putting in year after year $20,000 in that line item. We just haven't been hitting that number, at least not in a long while, not in the history that's shown here. And $15,000 is a pretty solid, reasonable estimate for that. And so that's what we've lowered it to. On the next page, page 4, at the top of the page, the third line down is state current use payment. That's a kind of a rebate that the town gets that's related to the properties in town where there is land that's being conserved, that where the property owner gets a tax break, and through the statutory arrangement, they get a tax break for putting their land in what is known as current use under the state laws. And then the town gets a portion of that lost revenue reimbursed by the state. So I can't describe to you the exact formulas for exactly how this works. What I can tell you is that's the amount of our recovery from the state for current use. And you can see that it has been increasing, not an enormous amount, but steadily. And this is another example, actually, of what you pointed out a few minutes ago, Daniel. The last year of actual revenue that we have on this is $187,000. We didn't know that at the time that we budgeted $170 for this year. So we're bringing up the budgeted figure to what we know to be the most recent reliable number. In Recreation and Parks, you can see that the proposed budget is lower than the actual for 2019 and quite a lot higher than the actual for 2020. That's because of how punishing COVID was for our 2020 revenues. So we lowered the budget, but not dramatically. In the FY21 budget at 254, it was a number that we thought was achievable pre-COVID. And we believe that the budget that we're showing, proposing here is, we hope, going to be a post-COVID budget. So that 201 we believe is an anomaly. Likewise, when you look at what the 2017 and 2018 receipts were under relatively normal circumstances, we think the 272 was an anomaly as well. Not that we won't ever get there again, but that was an unusually high year of collections in FY19. And we certainly had an unusually low year of collections in FY20 because of COVID. And so what we're suggesting in this number, and I can tell you that this one has more risk than most. Fortunately, in the grand scheme of things, in an $18 million budget, $19 million budget, there's not a lot of risk represented here, but we can't be as confident in these numbers as we can be in almost all the other line items, because it's going to depend on, how COVID how well we get that behind us, and how well the programming recovers, and what we're able to offer, what we aren't able to offer. There's just a lot of variables here. But we think that it's responsible to think that we're going to be in sort of solidly that place that is, not the best year and not the COVID year.
Liz has a question, I think.
Peter, if you take that sentence that you just said and look at the skating rink revenue,
yep.
It seems likely that 2021 will be taking a hit, right? Because there'll be less
Correct.
hockey and less whatnot going on
Correct.
at the rink, right?
Yep. And in other places as well. I
Right.
announced earlier tonight, our programming is closed at this point, right? So we're refunding everybody's winter recreation program fees. So yeah, and you're right, the rink, we don't know that we're going to have any revenue at the rink this year. Maybe we will and maybe we won't. So 2021 is going to take a beating, but we'll deal with that as part of what we're dealing with in 2021. Remember that in 2021 also, we're going to collect a lot more in sales tax than what we budgeted, because we are catching up to the reality of that being better than we expected. So there's going to be things like that offset each other. But yeah, we're not going to collect $254,000 worth of recreation revenue this year. We do think 259 for the year that is out there 6 months to 18 months from now isn't a reckless number. Daniel, you had something to?
Yeah, I was thinking about the financial report, and I was kind of curious about the Kiwanis shelter and whether or not there was an uptick in use of that. And so I looked at the financial report, and I see that overall revenues for Parks and Rec are at 15% on the year, which, we're at what, 30?
33.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or you can call.
Maybe question, first one of the night. Do the dashes mean 0 or not recorded, or both?
Which?
Just throughout it, if we have a dash instead of a number.
Yeah, dash is unchanged.
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 Oh, wait, but if you're looking at a budget line, you're looking at
In
like
the change column.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry. So yes. So up at the very top, reimbursements. We never budget anything for reimbursements, because you can see some years there's none, some years there's very small. I don't know what happened in that 2019 year. If you want to know, Carol's in the meeting and could answer it. But we got $14,000 worth of reimbursements somehow in that year, but we don't budget anything for it because it's usually negligible and we don't want to count on it.
So in the change column, if it's a dash, it's not changed, and if it's in the budgeting column, it's an zero. Okay. Thank you.
Can I ask a super granular question? I feel like because we're in budget season, right? And even though it's late, like, you know, we did the consent agenda because we wanted to create more time. So I'm not going to withhold my little questions just because it's late. We'll just make ourselves not be so late in future meetings. Second line item to the bottom on Rec and Parks revenue, I'm guessing that's senior program donations?
That's correct.
So I'm seeing actuals of like 430 and then 4,300.
Yeah.
We feel confident in that budget of like 4,500?
So let me ask Carol to speak to the confidence of it. Again, remembering that what we're proposing for normal times, not COVID times, right? But what I would say about the difference between the 430 and the 4,500 is the 430 was the year we initiated it, and it was late in that year. So that's why it was relatively small collections. We think the 4,500 is, you know, more representative of a whole year's worth of collections.
Okay.
But Carol, can you speak to level of confidence that that's going to be a consistent number over time?
Yeah, I think you nailed that right on the head, Peter. And the other thing is we have, for several years, we've been taking in donations for senior programming, and it used to fall under miscellaneous revenue. And back when Peter spoke about it, that's when we started pulling it out of miscellaneous revenue and giving it its own line item. So I think that's a pretty accurate number moving forward based on history. So we do have a history. It just used to be clumped into miscellaneous revenue.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thanks, Carol, and congratulations on your award.
Yeah.
Didn't get a chance to say that in person.
The next item to mention, an item of significance is the increase in the use of fund balance. Again, we talked about that quite a lot in the overview. This number will fluctuate a lot from year to year, and it is the one place where we can see significant annual fluctuations that don't have any impact on the property taxes, because this is where we're, depending on how the things turned out the year before and a few other factors, we determine how much money is available. We set aside that 10% of unassigned fund balance, and then above and beyond that is the money that's available to apply towards capital or other one-time expenses. So this year, because we did real well last year, had a surplus that was on the high side, and because of the other factors that go into calculating that number, we're in a position where instead of using about 225,000, we can use a little over 600,000 this year. And that is, as we've talked about before, proposed to be spent on capital expenses and the website upgrade.
Okay.
And the last ones are just to note those small increases. You can see they're both 2%. There's an incremental increase there in the utility fund transfer and the parking fund transfer. These just represent the services provided by general fund employees to those enterprise funds. So things like processing payroll and other, the accounts payable and other support services that are provided, the maintenance that's provided, certain other things like that. And that is the summary of the revenues. Ian.
So I've got a question, getting a little granular too here, Mr. Quip. So for example, in the police budget, there's a line for miscellaneous revenue.
Yep.
What is determined to be in that? Because, like, for example, there is the line item for bicycle registration, which has basically been $20 for the last X number of years.
Yeah, so I can explain bicycle revenue.
Every year. Yeah.
I can ask the chief or the captain to come on to talk about what is the potpourri in miscellaneous revenue. I can tell you that the $20 is kind of silly, but it's a historical artifact. We have thought about just zeroing that out, but we actually do sell bicycle registrations. We don't sell very many of them. It's something that used to be a tool to actually sort of track bicycles in town. And it was a thing, you know, every kid in town and a lot of adults too would come and register their bike every year. It's just something that doesn't go on anymore, but the people who still do it appreciate being able to do it. And so we keep carrying on with that as kind of a nod to history.
Maybe we can have a bicycle registration drive.
Oh.
Okay, and I don't need the potpourri of the miscellaneous. I was just curious, like, why that isn't just in the miscellaneous. If it's
Yeah, no, that's a great question. It really is just sort of the nod to history.
Cool.
Daniel, what if we flip it and pay people to register bicycles?
Wait a second.
Oh, look at this. It's getting crazy.
Do you have other questions on revenue, or are we ready to move to capital?
Ready.
Ready.
Okay, so that's the capital budget tab for the select board. And for folks who are following along from our posting on the internet, the first page we're going to look at, and primarily the one page we're going to look at primarily, is the capital request. It's a single page. It identifies the items that we're asking to be funded for this year, both projects and vehicles and equipment. And if it's okay with the board, I'd like to take them in the reverse order. You've got, I know, some specific questions about the projects, and that's going to be a more complicated conversation. So I'd like to deal with that last and just run through what I think is going to be a quicker, easier summary on related to the equipment. Okay.
Okay.
So again, to restate a theme from the overview and something that's going to really be helpful to us as we go on from year to year now that we've arrived at this moment. The fact that we now have in place the 25-year equipment replacement plan and can smooth out, we have smoothed out, we have a way that we know we can replace equipment in a timely manner, keep everything functional, reduce maintenance costs, increase trade-in values, and most importantly, keep good quality operating equipment on the street rather than running stuff until it dies. The way in which we accomplish that is by planning out over the long haul. There's police cars we expect to last for 5 years each. There are, you know, some relatively pieces of equipment that are very hardworking pieces of equipment, used a lot, the dump trucks in particular, but there's a few other things like that that are on a 7-year cycle and some on a 10-year cycle. The smaller pieces of equipment like pickup trucks tend to be 10 or even a little bit longer. And then the really large pieces of equipment that are, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars, some of them $1 million in fire, those are minimum 15, some are 15, some are 20, some are longer. So what's represented here is smoothing that out. You'll notice in the, well, actually I was gonna say you'll notice, but I'm describing a document that's the bigger spreadsheet that we're not looking at right now. We're gonna be talking about the specific items for this year. But let me just say that in that 25-year large fold-out spreadsheet that you have, you would notice that there are certain larger pieces of equipment that are funded over 2 or even 3 years. That's the tool we use. In addition to just being, you know, thoughtful about the intervals, about when these pieces of equipment need to be replaced, we start with spreading those out at their intended intervals. And then we work with that to where if there would still be peaks and valleys over the 25-year period, we smooth out those peaks and valleys by funding some of the larger pieces over a couple of years. And the benefit of that is that in a 25-year period, the largest single year increase we have is $37,000, which is about 1/3 of a penny. And most years, the median increase over that 25-year period is $13,000, which is all but unnoticeable in a $19 million budget. So it's basically steady funding of this large expense. You know, we're at $800,000 now, a little bit less than that. And over the course of the 25 years, we get up over $1 million in the out years. But we go up so softly. That incline is so gradual that from a year to year, affording the cost of town government basis, we have taken this variable out of how are we going to pay for next year's needs. And it's just part of the recurring operating costs of town government. In order to do that, going back to the sheet that we are looking at tonight, in order to do that, we have to be willing to do one particular thing that is going to take discipline starting now and going on year after year after year. And then also have that particular discipline in those particular years where we have something that's being funded over a couple of years in order to keep it smooth. But the one particular one is the creation this year of a future fire truck reserve fund. So this current budget of FY21 is the year we hope, if we stick to this plan, that will be the last time that we had to take a huge amount of money from the operating budget and devote it to buying a fire truck. In some cases in the past, that's required borrowing. And in other cases, it has gobbled up a very large portion of the money we could spend for capital in that given year. And there's just all kinds of bad outcomes from that. If we have other emergency needs, then we're going to spend more than we can really afford to in capital that year. And then there's a big tax increase, or else we have to, figure out other ways. And sometimes we're borrowing short term for equipment because, we can't afford to buy it in real time. We've gotten that behind us. The last of the debt that we owed on short-term borrowing for pieces of rolling stock has been paid off. And if we stick with this plan, including the pre-funding of fire trucks, what we're going to do is, instead of having to pay interest and react to emergencies, we're going to earn interest on those savings. And we can show the year-to-year cash flow in that. We know which years the fire trucks are scheduled for replacement. And we know that starting at $110,000 this year and going up by $5,000 each year throughout the plan, there will be enough cash deposits and interest earnings in the fire truck fund to pay the estimated cost of the fire trucks when it's time to replace them. Okay.
I don't know. That's a lot of money.
Pardon?
It's a lot of money.
It is a lot of money.
It sounds like a
Peter.
well-oiled machine.
Poor Peter. He's got us convinced, but every year he has to convince them.
When's the next fire truck replaced?
So we have replaced the entire fleet in the last 6 or 7 years, and we won't be replacing a fire truck again until...
Wait, in their report, they're talking about replacing engine 1. Right?
No.
The departmental reports.
Yeah. That's a FY21 expense. That's what I say. This is the last year that we're paying in.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Chunk of operating money to buy a fire truck.
Yep.
In the future, we'll buy them from the fire truck reserve fund. And let me tell you, the next time we're going to buy one.
Exciting.
It is pretty exciting.
Yeah.
So the next one would be the one we bought 7 years ago, I would imagine.
No, much longer ago than that.
Oh.
Or maybe not much longer ago than that.
The new one will fly.
Sorry.
Got some oldies, not necessarily goodies.
Right.
I think you're.
You know what? Here's the problem. I'm going to have to get back to you about that because I don't have in front of me the fire truck replacements. I have in front of me the contributions to the fire truck fund. So it doesn't show the drawdowns. I will check that and send you an email tomorrow that lets you know when we next buy one. I think it's out in around 2030.
But it does answer part of what my question was, which was, it doesn't affect whenever we do buy. I wasn't sure if when we bought one was outside beyond this chart that I'm looking at that goes out.
No, not at all.
Len's got his hand up.
The entire replacement of the fleet is shown within these 25 years, including the ladder truck that we just bought, which has a 25-year life. So it's going to be replaced at the end of this 25-year period. And Patrick, thank you very much, Patrick. The man behind the curtain has let me know it's 2028 is the next time we replace a fire truck.
Okay.
Lenny has his hand up.
Thank you.
Hi, Liz. Oh, and then Lenny.
I just wanted to mention that, you know, the first years I was a town rep, there were wild swings from fire truck to not fire truck, and trying to get the town brain to think long term is quite an accomplishment.
Mm-hmm.
This is true.
We have accomplished it together. Thank you.
And
Yeah.
I think Lenny was just chiming in for 2028 probably because his hand disappeared.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Lenny, as well. So I'd like to go down through the other pieces of equipment quickly. If you do have any questions about these, you know, the departments that are making these requests would be happy to jump on and give some more information about them. But I wanted to spend this time belaboring this point about the 25-year plan and the importance of sticking to it, because it makes the equipment decisions so much less complicated from year to year. And we can put the proper, more complicated, more challenging attention that we need to give to the projects, which we can't afford to do everything we want to do. We don't have a steady state funding for yet because we frankly can't afford it. And so we're going to have to keep working with each other from year to year to find a way to be able to meet the needs that we have over on the project side. But it's going to be easier to do that because we can isolate that as being the challenge we face in capital, and we won't have these fluctuations on the equipment side that crowd out project work in the years when we have to spend a lot on equipment. Okay. Daniel, before I go through the list.
Oh, it can wait. I'll just wait until you get to that item. It's the sidewalk plow. I had a question.
Okay.
Daniel loves
Well,
this.
actually, I mean, it's 10 minutes of 11. If you'd rather I not read the list, I won't. I thought for the benefit of the public, it might be useful to just name items and show how we're replacing things that are relatively old.
Yeah.
Why don't you name them, and I'll save my question for a few minutes from now.
So we are proposing to replace a 2005 radio system in the fire department and a 2012 utility truck in the fire department. We want to replace computer hardware across town government to the tune of $45,000. And that's going to be also a number that you see that's going to, you know, steadily increase, kind of like the fire truck fund. This is money we would spend in real time because we have the pieces of equipment, the laptops and the desktops and the printers and things, they're on a 4-year replacement cycle. And so, you know, just the cost of those things increase. And so there'll be small increases in this over time. But it is, unlike the fire truck, it's not creating a savings account. It's spent in real time.
I have a question about 4-year-old printers. Where did they go? I have like a 12-year-old printer back there.
So actually, the pieces that we use, that have CPUs in them, the desktops and the laptops are on 4 years. You're right. The printers aren't all on a 4-year. Honestly, I have to talk to Patrick about how that varies from, you know, the ones that take a real beating that get used very heavily by multiple departments are going to be on a more frequent replacement cycle than something that's used at somebody's desk. Randy?
Daniel, how do you have that old of a printer? I got a printer last year and I can't even use it because it said it wouldn't work with Windows 10. And so it's literally sitting behind that piece of wood over there doing nothing because it says it's not compatible.
He didn't say it was doing anything.
This one could have come with like a floppy disk. It's that old.
I'm going to bring you mine because I want it fixed. It has a scanner and everything.
Yeah.
All right, let's stay on target.
That's a target for me.
All of the remaining items that I'm going to describe are replacements. So what you'll find almost every year is all we're doing is replacing things, which means that also, not in the case of the computer, but in the case of almost everything else, we're going to get some recovery value, particularly the vehicles.
Right.
But we'll be trading in when we purchase the new. So so I'm going to not going to say the word replace every time. There's about 8 more things to read, but the replacements, the additional replacements are a 2010 vehicle that's operated by the animal control officer in the police department, 2017 police patrol vehicle, a another 2017 police patrol vehicle. Remember, those are the ones that are on the shortest interval. We do 2 a year and we do them every 5 years.
It's only 3 years old.
No, because we're talking about it, replacing it in FY22. It was an FY17 purchase that'll be replaced in FY22.
Sorry, it's 5 of 11.
Yeah. Replacing a 2012 dump truck for Public Works and a 2013 Chevrolet Silverado pickup truck for Public Works, as well as a 2012 sidewalk tractor. Daniel, you have a question?
I can wait. Just say the last one and I'll.
All right. And then for Recreation and Parks, there's a 2011 Dodge heavy-duty pickup truck that's being replaced.
Right.
Great. Maybe this is a late night brain question, but so some of these vehicles, I'm kind of imagining like if that vehicle were to break down, maybe another vehicle could be used instead of it on a temporary basis whilst it's either getting fixed or something. With a really specialist piece of equipment like the sidewalk plow, you know, I know that town meeting invested in another one a couple of years back now.
Yep.
And I know that when one of them breaks down, it has a pretty big impact on snow clearing.
Yeah.
So that sidewalk tractor that's scheduled for replacement in fiscal year 22, like what level of confidence do we have in it to get it through this winter and the following winter, right? Is that right?
That's a good question.
So, yes, we actually, depending on the delivery time, we might have it and be able to use it by this time next year, because this is money that would become available July 1st.
Okay, got it.
But it does have to get through this winter, and we do have a level of confidence that it will. For the specific information about the condition and operation of this vehicle, I would ask Steve to come on and talk to you about it. What I would say is we've identified for this is not, we identified 10-year cycles.
Mm-hmm.
But this is a piece of equipment that we're going to religiously replace before it wears out, so we don't find ourselves in that situation where there's a snowstorm and we can't plow.
Okay.
But Steve, what can you tell us about this particular piece?
Yeah, so that's exactly why when we got the second sidewalk tractor, what we struggled with for years is we only had one. And then we didn't replace these tractors, and some of them were 10, 12, 15 years old. So now we're in this position where, last town meeting, they got us a sidewalk tractor, but with the one that we're replacing, it's still mechanically good. We expect to get a higher trade-in. That's the other key here with this equipment. Most of the equipment was disposable that we had before. So the key here is this is reliable at this time. We'll get the other year out of it and we'll still get a good trade-in. And then that curve starts to go downhill as far as repairs and such. So I think it's a good timing.
Okay.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you.
So that's the equipment. Don't go too far away, Steve. If the board is ready, we can switch over to projects. And I'd actually, on this, I'd like to just defer, especially in the interest of time. Rather than my summarizing these, I think it would be better for you to just hear from perhaps Carol first, and then Steve, because I know you're going to want to have some discussion with Steve about the paving and the sidewalks. But Carol could knock out the summaries of the 5 items that are requested for recreation.
Cool.
Okay, thank you, Peter. These are 5 different improvement upgrades to park facilities and parks in general. So I'll start out with the swimming pool. We've put in for a $10,000 request there. And basically, this is an item we spoke about last year during the budget process, saying I would be coming back to you when we need to buy some Band-Aids. And this is a Band-Aid, basically what we need. We're still losing water at the pool, and we're losing it in the top, 8 to 10 inches. We learned a lot when we did the deck replacement, so we're able to see what's behind the wall and what our problem areas really were, so we can go in and target those areas. And what we would be doing is cutting out the loose concrete about 200 feet around the pool, cutting that out, cleaning it, and replacing it. And that's all under the stainless steel gutter system. And not only did we find that out when we were replacing the deck, that was also something that this year when we opened up, we were losing significant water. So we had a diver come in, and we were able to target with him. We think that's the area, go there. And he was able to do some underwater temporary patching for us to slow down the leak during the season. And there's 2 other items that they'll do. They'll also do, once they take all that out and replace it underneath the gutter, they will also do a saw cut all around the entire pool. That'll be about an inch, about an inch thick and an 1/8 of an inch wide. And then they'll fill that with silicones, creating an expansion joint. So because it's, our winters that we have here, we have a lot of movement. So we feel that $10,000 will buy us a little bit more time with that pool, and that's the long and the short of the $10,000 request for the swimming pool. Moving on to paving at Living Memorial Park. That is an area that's in very rough shape. It's in very good shape from the entrance to basically the hill just past the maintenance building. This is something that has been pushed out in the capital plan for a number of years. And now we're getting to the point, well, we got to do it before we're going to have to put more money into it to get it back to a safe traveled area. So we're talking about approximately 1,800 feet going from the base of the hill, just past the maintenance building, all the way to the top to the Kiwanis shelter. So what that would include is going in, replacing culverts, repairing and shimming the road, and also adding speed bumps because now that we have got a lot of activity at the top now between disc golf, dog park, and the skate park. What that's nicely paved, boy, that's just an extension of the skate park. So for everybody's safety, we will be putting in either speed bump humps or dips. I'm not sure exactly what direction we will go in, but one of those 3 areas, definitely across the roadway, that across the middle of the hill. And then the entire 1,800 feet will have a 1-inch overlay of new pavement. As we move on to the utility upgrades at Living Memorial Park, this is a $30,000 request. We have a mishmash or a variety of water lines coming. We have one water line coming in, but several different fingers that move off. We have a 2-inch copper pipe that comes in off from Guilford Street into the swimming pool area, and then as it goes up the hill and it starts to branch off, Steve, as I see him here on the screen, he can vouch for how many times that his crew has come in and saved us at inopportune times when we would have a break, especially leading from the pool up to the skating rink. This will allow us to upgrade that piping there. And then as it goes further on up the hill to service the upper field, and then further on to service both the Kiwanis shelter, and we have a line that goes down to just outside the skate park, which services water to the dog park area. So I think that will be an improvement where some of that stuff has just been there for many, many years, and alleviate some of the continued breakage at inopportune times. Moving away from Living Memorial Park and going to the Gibson Aiken Center, the next item that we have on request is the Gibson Aiken Center Lula, which is a limited access limited use, limited access elevator. And basically, I don't know if any of you have been into the center, but it would hold the person in the wheelchair and their assistant. That was put in 2001. It's a Weber, and it's a Weber. Most of those items, most of the replacement parts end up coming down from Canada, and it's becoming very, very difficult to find parts. And when we do find them, they're very expensive. And we need, with that being our only means of ADA accessibility to the building, having that reliability is very important to the users. And I think that wraps up what the Lula, and then the other item is a life safety issue at the Gibson-Aiken Center, and that is upgrading our fire alarm system at the Gibson-Aiken Center to a more conventional system. Currently, it's an analog system. We'd be moving to a digital, or it's also called a addressable system. That project would include replacing the panel, all the heat and smoke detectors, and putting in a new city box that will a new digital city box that will communicate with the new system, and also meets the requirements that the fire department has in place. So I believe that, in a nutshell, wraps up the 5 items that the department is requesting this year, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have at this time.
Thanks, Carol.
Carol, did you say, is the elevator functional?
It is functional, yes. We do, certainly from times to times, we are having, it's down. Just even as recent as today, we had to call someone in for a restart.
Yeah. I was just wondering because, with things like, it's everything these days with COVID. If you look at the price of refrigerators, now is not the time to buy a refrigerator. So I'm just wondering if any consideration was given to postponing, if feasible. But
I can chime in on that. We've postponed this
wow.
the whole time I've been here.
Yep.
Carol was calling it out as a something whose time had come almost 10 years ago, and it just was postponed because it kept working. But it's a real example of if we let it simply fail, as she described how it's having to get more maintenance and more expensive maintenance these days. Sure. And if we just let it fail, then we're not going to have an accessible building, and it's going to cost a lot more money to do it in a hurry than it would by going out in a methodical manner.
All right. Well, I couldn't not ask the question. Sorry, Carol.
Oh, no problem. I appreciate the question being asked.
Is it Steve's turn?
It is Steve's turn if you're ready to move on to the 3 public works items.
Yeah.
I texted Patrick, and we're going to bring Dan on here.
Great.
Because Dan and I worked together on this memo, but I'd like him to take the lead on this. And I could actually give this whole spiel in my sleep. Well, right now it feels like I am in a dream, but so with that, Dan, have at it.
Yeah, so I'll try to give it in my sleep. I'm going to start from the bottom. The redesign of High Street and Green Street intersection. That money, the $20,000, is for engineering of that intersection to try to realign it, maybe address some of the issues with speed coming down the hill to the school. So following in the 2023 capital request, we'll have a request for the funding to construct the intersection. This would be the first phase of engineering. Up from that, sidewalk replacement, $100,000. You saw the memo. 35 miles of sidewalk in town. A lot of it is in poor shape, fair shape. A lot of small sections that we try to fix, the worst of them. We really focus on the areas that are plowed in the winter. Canal Street, Putney Road, Western Avenue, the side streets around the schools, the heavier traveled areas. Right now we're looking at a couple sections on Canal Street. There's a pretty bad section on Western Ave. We're going to add a section on Black Mountain Road from the police station down to Putney Road. And then there's various smaller sections that will come into play with other projects and retaining walls, paving projects, intersection projects, those sort of things. And really, we've kind of got a list, and once we get through winter, it'll change, and we'll look at the condition of everything again and reassess. It's kind of a moving target all the time. Yeah, sidewalk. Capital paving. This one, same thing, kind of a moving target. We reassess the roads. Right now, we're focused on the Flat and Elm Street area. There's some drainage issues there. The asphalt's in poor condition. That's going to be an expensive section. That's going to require a lot of milling, a lot of readjustment of structures. Also, the kind of Central Street, Pearl Street, Thomas in there, that area was repaved probably 20 years ago, and it's really just falling apart. Again, that's another one that needs to be milled and is costly. So those right there will likely eat up our budget and then some.
Yeah.
And that's, yeah, so that would probably be our capital project. And then we're also looking at some pavement preservation projects, crack filling, chip sealing, different ways to extend the life of the roads. Because right now we're not able to replace them in the frequency that they need to. We do a lot of pothole patching and maintenance, smaller shim jobs here and there, but really it's just getting the maximum life out of them. There's been some advancements in pavement preservation, and we're really looking at some of those treatments that would come out of this capital paving as well.
Dan, would it be possible to get some of the previous year's numbers on maybe both sidewalk and paving? I'm just
previous numbers and
yeah, I just like to look at some of the history. I know that I seem to recall that sidewalks is creeping up.
I can speak to that. I don't know the exact numbers of the intervening years, but I know that over the last 5 years or so, we've increased from 30,000 a year to 100,000 for sidewalks as a very conscious commitment, because there's so much walking in town. And, you know, from the point of view of like health and environmental benefits, that it's good to promote that walking. So that we've increased both the operating budget for sidewalks, where it's smaller repair work that's done in small sections, and this capital commitment to larger sections of sidewalk pretty substantially. The paving has been a bit of a different story. We've got in the current 5-year plan an intention to increase incrementally over this period of time to get paving up to a number where, you know, you heard Dan describe how limited the extent of what we can do with $350,000 is. So we want to be boosting that up a little bit at a time, get to a higher number that we can get more of the work done that needs to be done. Over the last few years, this is a number that has varied a lot because of that phenomenon we talked about. When we've had to have a lot more money in equipment in a particular year, it's been easy to knock paving down to a couple $100,000 or $250,000. We just don't get, you know, enough road work done at that price. So this is a good year. We've got the stabilized situation over on the equipment. We're up to 350 on paving, and we want to try to, you know, scooch that up a little bit each year as we go forward.
Great, thank you, Brandy. And I know Daniel had maybe a question.
I just want to add on, Peter, to your sidewalk conversation, that there's also people in our community that don't drive or don't have cars.
Right.
And so it is pretty much in our wheelhouse to make sure that they can access, life.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I'm with you on that one, Brandy. The sidewalk on my street is bad, but I refuse to bring it up and get special attention. One day it will get done, and that's fine. My neighbor needs to bring it up, not me.
You've been saved. We had a complaint the other day from a neighbor. Is it someone you
really?
talked to, or?
No, I wouldn't talk to. I don't talk to any of my neighbors. Why would I do that?
Just on the select board.
So I read with interest the memo. Appreciate it. And for me, the bit that kind of stuck out is like this. It says here most sources estimate the lifespan of a paved roadway to be between 15 and 20 years when maintained properly. And then many of our roadways have not been resurfaced in 25 or more years. And you gave a couple of options for like, if we put 350,000 in, that's approximately 28 years between roadway resurfacing, 400,000, 25 years. So, I personally would like to see the number for like what it would take to get it to like, I don't know, 18 years.
Yeah.
I sort of did some math myself, but I don't know if I quite
665.
figured it out, right?
Oh, Dan said something.
I think it's like 665,000.
Okay. I thought it was more in the 500s, but maybe I did the math wrong.
That may have been 15. I think I did that at 15 years.
Yeah. And, I mean, folks in town want to talk about the condition of the roads. They want to talk about the condition of sidewalks. I know that you hear that, and there are many, many things that are important. And I know that this is sort of like a bottomless pit. We'll just continue to need to maintain the roads, and we could spend twice this probably and still have work to do.
I mean, that does seem rational.
Yeah.
You drive on them.
Yeah. And we have winter and summer and spring
All
and
those
fall.
weird things.
We don't live in California.
But
We
please,
want
let's,
to.
They have earthquakes.
That's true. So I don't know. I mean, I guess I would be interested in seeing projections for like, what would it take for us to get on like that 18-year replacement schedule, sort of aligned really with like that kind of capital replacement plan.
Yeah, and just so you're aware, this just didn't happen overnight. We had years and years of, like Peter said, it's an easy place to grab, well, just take 50,000 out of capital paving. And so we had years of that where it was level funded or actually reduced. And when I first took over, the paving budget was like $80,000. And the board at that time, the roads were deplorable. They had gone way to the other end.
Yeah.
And they asked us to give them a budget. And at that time, it was $200,000. So you can see, and that was back like in the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
So that 200,000, they wanted a number that would make a change. The other thing, when we have these discussions, we've been lobbying. Peter's been active with us. We've gotten a hold of Molly. Some of the roads that need to be repaired in town, Western Avenue, High Street, are the state's responsibility.
Yeah.
So we've been struggling for probably the last 8 years to keep those roads at bay, and we're really concerned. So that's another discussion too. So there's a happy medium here. We also receive some funding from year to year for class 2 roadways that help. So I think when we get up into this 350, I think we're in a good place right now, better than we've been in some time. And to supplement that with additional monies, this year we got $70,000 of additional money that we didn't expect for paving. So, there's a balance here with the whole town and what the state's going to complete for projects and what we can complete.
Mm-hmm.
But I think we've made some good strides here in the last few years. But we can definitely give you illustrations of what it would take to meet a different target, to look out. And that's why we developed this. This is kind of an estimate, but it's based on different treatment factors when you read the memo. You can do crack sealing, you can do, recycling. and you can just do, repaving of a road, rebuilding, so.
Yeah.
And the more you get roads, you get to the point where you can just overlay a road, you can get miles of road done. So when you have to start rebuilding roads, it gets really expensive.
Yeah.
Brandy?
Well, Liz hasn't
Liz?
gone yet, I don't think, so I want to be fair.
Oh, thank you. Well, I had a similar conversation with Peter this morning to Daniel's request, and I think it just shows a general support of the board, you correct me if I'm wrong, for this activity. And I think what Peter brought up was that this was a good year because of the lack of equipment to spend the money on paving. So even though it varies, this year is a good year, and I think we just need to tell Peter and Steve that we support the concept.
Yeah.
And in this plan, the next 4 years, it increases each year, the paving does. So we see that opportunity now, because we've stabilized the equipment side, to be able to commit some more money to this paving program. And we appreciate you being so supportive of it.
Brandy or Ian, I'm not sure.
So I'm supportive too, and I want to just, remind us, and I don't mean necessarily us, but like boards, that things get more expensive when we try to cut corners in an effort to make people happy. And it's really hard when we get a lot of pressure from, property owners and taxpayers and citizens to keep things low on the cost side, on the immediate. But the truth of the matter is that's not our job. Our job is to project out. And when you project out, it's much more cost effective to do it right the first time and not cut corners.
Ian?
I am absolutely in support as well. I guess I just wanted to sort of complete this thought, and I think I'm just going to paraphrase, Peter, what you've already said, but I'm just trying to make sure I understand. So basically, what Steve was speaking to in the past, where it was easy to dip into this because equipment costs would come up or something like that, because we're projecting out equipment costs and we've got it level, and we know that that's not going to happen. There's not going to be a need to dip into it so that we can have a consistency here as well. So is that
somewhat? Yes. So for paving and sidewalks, I believe we can commit to that because these are going to be recurring costs and because they are priorities of the town.
Yeah.
There are going to be other projects like what Carol was describing, where things come along that are only once every 10 years or once every 15 years or whatever. And we don't have a good program, a sustainable program to cover those expenses, right? So those are always going to be things where you have to find a way and keep prioritizing and reprioritizing. And recognize that the large scale generational improvements, when we're putting millions of dollars into a facility, that requires a bond, right? We're just never going to be able to address that through this program. But we're in a much better position than we were a few years ago because of the stabilized equipment replacement. We can focus, much more, the focus that we give to this prioritizing and what can we afford this year and what do we think we can afford over the next few years for projects is a much more definable thing. It used to really be almost artificial because it depended on what piece of equipment was wearing out. Whether we could keep up with the 5-year projects plan that we had put together. Now, when we put together a 5-year projects plan, we can be pretty serious about pursuing it and implementing it. And that's why we feel confident. We've talked about the need to increase our cash commitment to capital. So over the next couple of years, we've got built into the long-term plan going from $1 million a year to $1.2 million a year. And you can see it's going to cost about $800,000 to carry the $8 to $850 over that same period to carry the equipment plan forward. So that leaves us about $400,000. That is the starting point for what we can put into projects. And then it's that plus, whatever we've got in excess fund balance that we can commit to capital in a given year. Some years that's going to be maybe $1 million, right? We're going to have the 400,000 that we've got in our planned money, and maybe as much as $600,000 like this year that we can bring over in fund balance.
Yeah.
Other years, it might only be a couple $100,000 from fund balance. And so we can't do quite as much on the project side. But we've narrowed down the peaks and valleys to this projects area. And we will do everything possible not to let paving and sidewalks be the place where we, scoop money out to balance the budget.
Amen.
Nice job on the South Main Street bit, by the way.
Yeah.
Folks, we're embarrassingly way over our promised time to our ASL interpreters.
Yeah, it's pretty late.
So what do you think?
I think it's pretty late.
Do you need anything from us coming back to future meetings, or are you satisfied with this review of capital?
I mean, I'd be interested in that kind of like, what does it look like to get on an 18-year replacement schedule number? It's I also, I hear what you're saying about gradually increasing the amount, but
we'll give you a memo on that, and then you can decide whether you want to have additional discussion as the budget process goes along.
Sure.
Yeah. I'm satisfied, but I'm an oldie, which is the opposite of the newbie.
So that actually does bring a question. So when we pass something in this budget discussion, it can come back if we want.
Oh yeah.
What we're doing is the first pass through.
Yeah.
So you're not approving anything right now. Nope. You're familiarizing yourself with this, and you're poking at things, and we're learning together of like what things might be of concern to you, or where you might want more information because you might want to invest even more in a certain area or whatever. Yeah. And then what's going to happen is when we get done sometime in the middle of December, done with the first pass through, I'm going to provide you a list of what I believe is the unfinished business. What are the things you want to go back to? And you're going to tell me whether I've got it right or whether I've missed some things.
Yeah.
And then in January, we're going to work that list.
Okay, that's
really the best meeting. You're gonna like that, because otherwise it's like totally myopic, just doing the things until that meeting, and then that meeting is like the summary of everything Peter's heard, and then we can either say that's not what the heck I said, or yeah, that does it. It's my favorite meeting. And that the nice thing about that is it means we can just really kind of stay line item by line item until then, and know that Peter's got the larger picture. For me anyways, I don't know how that people feel, but
yeah, it's true. It also gives you a lot of percolating time and a lot of time to talk to people too.
It's really good.
See what the people want.
Yeah, it's helpful.
So I think that's good, Peter. Thank you. How's everybody feeling about, what should we do about our appointments? Is there?
I love that person. What was his name? Feels like a long time ago.
Right.
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed about Joel, and I'm just wondering if is it bad to put it off a meeting or two, or is it something they need their person? Oh, Oscar just raised his hand, so.
Oh, okay. Maybe he has info. Intel.
Oscar, do you want to, thank you.
Hey, yeah. Well, we only have the one opening. We do have another member who hasn't been able to participate as much and might be willing to step down if there was another interested person. Ryan came to our last meeting and seemed really, really sharp, and I'd be happy to have him appointed, and then I think Joel would have an opportunity as well, cool, if he's still interested. So that's all.
Great.
Thank you.
But that's not a definite. That would be like, we could still entertain Joel if that opens up. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, God.
So are we going to do nominations?
Sure.
My thing again.
Let me get back to that. Peter, help me out.
Well,
yeah.
So if you're inclined to proceed, because there was only the one interview, with Ryan. If you're inclined to proceed with Ryan for Energy Committee and Ricky for the Arts Committee, it is contrary to your normal process, but it's 11:28 and it looks really straightforward to me. I think somebody could make a motion that you appoint Ryan to the Energy Committee and Ricky to the Arts Committee and vote on that and be done with it.
Okay,
Okay.
I'll make a motion. I move to appoint, I'm just gonna get Ryan's first name here. Or last name, Ryan Homier, is that correct? To the Energy Committee and Ricky Rosati to the Arts Committee.
Right on.
Thank you. Wait a minute. Ian has made a motion to appoint Ryan Homier to the Energy Committee and Ricky Rosati to the Arts Committee. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That was sort of a combo. That was a combo thing. Is that good?
Yep, and Joel, reach back out if desired, and we'll guide you from there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was impressed with his resume, and if he's got the desire, he should come right back to us, and we'll see how the openings go with the Energy Committee.
Yeah.
Great. Liz?
I move to adjourn.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to adjourn. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
5-0. Thanks, everybody. Thank you so
Thank you.
much to Janet and Elizabeth.
Night.